Good morning, Mr. Clerk. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we have quorum.
I call this meeting of City Council for February 27th, 2025 to order and acknowledge that we're on Treaty 1 territory, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, the Innu, and the Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. We'll now have the opening prayer. Please rise if you're able, and we'll hear from Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Heavenly Father, we come before you today lifting up the City of Winnipeg and its leaders. I pray especially for our mayor and us as councillors who serve our communities with dedication and purpose. May you bless us with wisdom, courage, and discernment as we make decisions that impact the lives of so many. Grant us strength in moments of challenge, patience in times of disagreement, and unity in the pursuit of common good. Let our hearts be guided by justice, compassion, and a deep love for the people we serve. May our leadership bring grace, peace, prosperity, and progress to our city. Lord, bless this council chamber with your presence. May every discussion be filled with integrity, every decision be rooted in fairness, and every action be led by the desire to serve with humility. We ask for your grace to shine upon Winnipeg and its communities, as well as its future. May this city be a place of hope, opportunity, and kindness for all who call it home. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. On to roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rowlands, Schreier, and Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to now introduce today's pages. We have Himani Butt from Dakota Collegiate, who resides in the St. Norbert St. River Ward, and Rents Danielle Gitwan from St. John's High School, who resides in the Menarski Ward. Thank you for being here to serve as council today. We'll now move on to announcements. The Mayor, we do have special guests that will be recognized in the gallery today, and other announcements. Mr. Mayor, over to you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to all. First of all, we want to begin by welcoming this year's first-year creative communication students that are here today from Red River College Polytechnic, along with the journalism instructor, Joanne Kelly. So thank you so much for being here today. They'll be writing stories on today's council meeting, and I'm sure that they'll have questions for us later today. So again, welcome to each one of you. Today, Madam Speaker, I want to, let's welcome them. In a much more serious note, Madam Speaker, I know that all of our thoughts are with the families and searchers upon yesterday's news that potential human remains were discovered at Prairie Green landfill. We all await further information and will be closely following developments as they become known in the coming days and weeks ahead. This upcoming Friday, March the 7th, is International Women's Day. I know there'll be many ways to celebrate this. I first of all want to thank all of the women councillors who are here on council, and Councillor Santos, who's not here today. But thank you so much for hosting the Women in Politics Forum that I think was very successful. I saw the news on it, and I think it was an excellent way to encourage more women to be involved, engaged politically, and to run for office. And on International Women's Day, Friday, March 7th, I will be hosting a luncheon at the Fort Garry Hotel. Everyone has been invited, and I hope to see you there. The week following is March 14th, the State of the City Address, and again, everyone is invited to that event also. Coming up this weekend, Winnipeg's large and growing Muslim community will be celebrating and acknowledging Ramadan. It starts Saturday, March the 1st, and I believe concludes March 30th with Eid. And there'll be many opportunities for Winnipeggers to participate in iftars and just standing alongside our Muslim Winnipeggers. Last week, I had the chance, on behalf of the Big City Mayors Caucus of Canada, to, upon invitation, attend an event of the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Phoenix, Arizona. That event was quite interesting, to say the least, to be able to sit kind of in the room with mayors. There's a closed-door session of about 50 mayors of the leadership team of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And to sit and to listen to all that U.S. mayors are going through in their cities right now. Mayors and councils of the United States' largest cities are facing really the impacts of the executive orders and decisions that the president is making, and that is certainly having a significant effect on their communities. But it was a great opportunity to connect with U.S. mayors. I can tell you, to a person, each mayor was very warm, receptive. If this is telling, one of the mayors came up to me, shook my hand and said, "Hi, I'm the mayor of a city in California, and we respect Canada's sovereignty and in no way think Canada should become the 51st state." And so they understand our trade relationship, they understand the importance of our allyship, and thanks to FCM's work, we were able to provide to each mayor a detailed set of stats that outlined the trade relationship between Canada and their respective state. And when I was up to do my presentation and talked about the fact that their priority, first of all, their priority as mayors, not surprisingly, is housing in their cities. That is the priority of U.S. cities right now. It sounds familiar, doesn't it? And when I was able to say, well, listen, a 25% tariff on softwood lumber will drive your housing costs up. 25% tariff on aluminum and steel will drive all your infrastructure projects up, your bridges, your community centers. The buses, many of which your transit buses are made in part in our city of Winnipeg, but if tariffs are applied, counter tariffs applied, the cost of buses and transit equipment is going to go up. They understand that. They completely understand it. The whole goal was to try to get U.S. mayors to leverage their relationship with state legislators and their federal connections, whether it's their congressmen and women or their senators, to try to appeal ultimately to the White House to put a hold on or stop or cancel the tariffs. So I didn't feel in any way we had opposition. I felt, in fact, we have allies in mayors and councils in the U.S., both Democrat and Republican mayors alike. Understand the implications of this. So I continue to ask us all to leverage every relationship we have on both sides of the border to make sure that we're doing all we can within our power to mitigate the impact of tariffs. I also want to thank our staff on behalf of all of us, our city staff, who put on a council seminar for us on the potential impacts of tariffs and what we could do as a council to mitigate it, to lobby for the reduction of interprovincial trade barriers, to find other sources for supply and procurement as well. So much more to come, but I want to thank everyone who's been involved thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Allard, will you move that the minutes of the meetings held January 29th and 30th be taken as read and confirmed?
So moved.
All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. We'll now move into delegations. We have one delegation registered today. David Grant is appearing remotely on a number of items as outlined in our agenda. David Grant, over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank all of council for allotting time for delegations. I hope you'll not object to my spending less than a minute on some context. That I spend so much time following your agendas is an indication of the importance that I associate with city government. What you do strongly affects the lives of me and my friends and my neighbors. I believe that sometimes I raise points that no one else does and that are very relevant to the important work that you do. On occasion, a few of you have acknowledged the value that you derive from the points being raised. As I have explained this week to most, there is a very small weakness in your Granite resolution that concerns me. It did not exist during the hearing, and it would be easy to fix. It concerns me that the team of reporters at City Hall is silent on most of the items on your agendas. This concerns others too. Reporters can be vexing, but without them asking tough questions, things can go very wrong. I want to greet all the journalism students in the room. You are the future of our democracy. I hope that each of you will learn to explore all the aspects of the issues in the news beyond the popular narrative. Thank you again. Moving on to topic EPC number 1, open government. The repeated delays that waste your time and waste space on your agendas can be prevented. If a report is to include the careful analysis of data generated up to year end, then that report should not be promised until late Q1, like in weeks from now. Once a reasonable schedule has been set, then staff should work toward that goal. I was involved in such periodic reporting for many decades in a variety of organizations, each similar in size to City Hall. And I do not recall a single time that routine periodic reports could not be submitted on time. I do not expect you to change the way that City Hall works. I just want to remind everyone that frequent delays are not the norm outside of City Hall. I also want to suggest that staff use customer demand to guide your moves toward open government. If 301 and FIPA requests come in for a type of data set, then that one should be the next for the public-facing webpage. Publishing data that nobody wants is not a lofty goal. Keeping data hidden that residents want to access is also not a good thing. But I'm looking forward to that report when it comes. EPC 3 and 4, as expressed to EPC, we in the community find very troubling the EPC's reaction to these two analogous funding requests. Both obviously do not conform with the rules, so both requests could have been turned down. My comments in each are on the record under EPC. Small rinks benefit the community. Providing minimal funding for them would be nice, and the mechanism should be made clear to the public. Here's how you do it, and here's the steps for reimbursement. EPC denied the funding of the local rink, but handed 70 times as much money to benefit the hiker-biker lobby for a walking trail. Both projects violated City Hall rules. Lobbying and making allies in council are both techniques that get results. Some folks say that neither of these benefits the public good. On PD2, or PPD2, the Pacific Land giveaway, City Hall would give away a $500,000 triple building lot for $1 to a builder who's approved. While there seems to be no evidence of wrongdoing, this sale of land should have followed the more ethically certain and traditional route. When the land has been assembled, bids should be invited, all subject to published conditions, including how many low-cost units must be provided. Doing this right should take no longer, and it provides a level playing field for all interested developers. On water topic 4, the city has been promised huge amounts of free energy. There's a catch. The agenda item raises important questions, but fails to answer any of them. Where has this plan been tried previously? Topic 1, or my subtopic 1. How did it work there? Thousands of brilliant people have been working on energy-saving ideas for decades. It is very unlikely that they all missed what you have been told is a new idea. Could be, but let's check that out. Subtopic 2, what is the timeline of the FCM application? We're told that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is going to be funding this idea. How much funding does FCM say that they will pay? Subtopic 3, Efficiency Manitoba has more expertise in these matters. Have you approached them for comments on the merits of this proposal? Has the city yet approached EM for any advice on anything? City Hall has an in-house energy team. Has any in-house energy expert at City Hall been asked for comments on this scheme? If not, why not? If they have, why does it not appear in this agenda item? Just like your staff, City Council's obligation is to taxpayers, not to a third-party consultant. Your fiduciary responsibility says to not approve until these questions have been answered. Subtopic 4, the electricity used to heat and cool a large building can never be zero. We all learned this in high school. Net zero is impossible. Anyone who tries to tell you otherwise should not be trusted. Advanced technology can drastically reduce the amount of electricity consumed by a machine or a process, but never to zero. There are absolute laws of entropy and enthalpy. To ignore them is a bad thing. And I would invite any questions on these topics. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have one.
Councillor Lord?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the delegation, I find it interesting that the delegation is saying that the concept of carbon zero is impossible given the sun that the Earth revolves around and the nearly unlimited energy that we could capture from it. So I wonder about that statement in particular.
David, would you like to respond?
Sure, thank you. Specifically, I'm referring to the users of electricity. Obviously, there are things that we can do, and Manitoba should be proud of the hydroelectricity that we produce at no real cost, other than we have to build and maintain a dam and the machines. But the users of electricity is what I was getting at. People say we can do this mechanical work, we can provide this service to the people at no cost. And whether it's clearing snow from our roads or heating our homes, that does have a net cost in energy used. And that's what I was getting at, is that you can't get energy from nothing. You can divert it. And when the sun has put water up here and it goes down there, we have hydroelectricity, we have wind power, and we have solar cells. They convert sunlight directly into electricity. And these are all good things, and they are net producers of energy.
Okay,
But the
thank you,
users
David.
of energy can never be zero. Thank you.
Thank you for the response. Second question, Councillor Allard.
Follow up, so am I to understand the clarification then that there actually could be carbon zero, but the delegation was referring to the cost of transitioning to a carbon zero economy? I can accept that, but the idea that the concept is impossible defies reason.
Okay. So no
Okay.
further questions then? That was more of a statement?
I was like,
Okay.
Yeah, I think if I may be allowed 30 seconds. No, I'm not saying that it's that. It's that the users, like if we have an arena which has compressors and lights and fans, and that arena will be a net consumer of energy. That's what I'm saying. If it had enough solar cells, if you have an operation that has solar cells and runs on that, that is approximately net zero. So if you have a traffic light, for example, or a flashing highway sign, that thing with its solar cells is not consuming net power. But a hockey arena will be consuming power no matter what we do with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. One question by Councillor Schreier.
Sure. Thank you. And this is a really important issue. We have to keep an open mind. And that means we have to keep an open mind in all directions in terms of possibilities and feasibilities. And we have to deal in the practicality here, Madam Speaker, because, Madam Speaker, it's one thing to say things like zero carbon emissions, and it's one thing to actually attain it and prove it. And if we say these things and we can't prove it, that's dangerous, Madam Speaker, to economic development and to our future. And on that basis, I have to admit that our delegate has said, Mr. Grant has said, he's made a good point, that when it comes to, at this moment in our technology, when it comes to electronics, photonics, such as lights, yes, we can run that by solar power. He made the point, though, that especially at our latitude in the world of the 50th parallel, the amount of solar energy that we can get is limited to those that are closer to the equator. Fact of physics, Madam Speaker. And so on this basis, we need to be practical and we need to be realistic. And when he made a point in terms of the difference between lighting, electronics or photonics, and that when it comes to literally moving physical objects like a fan. And on that basis, I'd like to know if he could elaborate on this. It's really, really important because there's no point in being fooled one way or the other in terms of the practicality and reality of these things.
Thank you. David, the response?
Sure, thank you very much. The powering of large machines and really even the little fridge plant in an arena is a large mechanical machine. And what's proposed is not to power it with a solar cell, which, as was pointed out, they need scraping the snow off them and all that kind of stuff. But it was not proposed that way. It was proposed that hydropower from our dams go into the arena like it always has, and yet somehow this is going to be a net zero consumer of power. And that's the part that I'm suggesting is impossible. And yes, in a place where there is no snow and where you can wash the dust off solar cells, you can have an operation that's powered entirely by solar cells or wind. But it doesn't work as well at night, depending on the batteries. So there are other ways of dealing with it, but I'm just talking about the term net zero, because we can reduce like crazy. We can make streetlights that take 1/10 the power they used to, maybe 1% of the power, but they're still taking power. So, and that's something that just the concept of net zero suggests that it's not using power, and it is. That was all. Thanks very much, Mr. Schreier.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier, second question.
Sure, and we happen to live in a province, one of the very few places in the world, Madam Speaker, where we actually export hydroelectricity, eternal it could be eternal, Madam Speaker. We don't know how many centuries our hydro dams will be creating carbonless energy. So the question is, as Councillor Allard alluded to, the difference between net carbon, net zero carbon, and net zero energy. Madam Speaker, we've got our electricity grid in Manitoba is based on electricity, unlike in Alberta or most other places in North America, where you get your electricity from carbon fuels, like natural gas and coal. Our electricity is from hydro. Would Mr. Grant like to elaborate on the distinction between the electricity we get in Manitoba versus the electricity in most other places in North America and the world, which is not from hydro, it's from fossil fuels?
Okay, the agenda item is really about the modification or the exploration of modification of a hockey arena. But for generation of electricity, certainly ours is one we can be proud of. There is a certain, if you want to do net carbon analysis, in the making a dam, you have to burn a whole lot of rock to make that concrete, and you have to refine the copper. So there's a lot of carbon expended into the atmosphere as we build the system. But once the system's up and running, until parts have to be replaced, it is pretty much net zero for the generation of power. But the users of power are something that we should be working toward minimizing the power wasted, but we can never get to zero, because you cannot have a big machine churning away without consuming some power. But thanks for bringing up the wonderfulness of Manitoba Hydro. I devoted my career there. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes our questions. We'll now move on to reports. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Have a good day. This is the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated February 18th, 2024. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise and introduce the report and move adoption of consent agenda items 1 to 8. I think on item 2 there is an amending motion.
There is. Thank you. Councillor Wyatt. Okay. 3, Municipal Canada Community Building Fund Agreement has been pulled. And 8 is the subdivision and rezoning on Granite Way. Call the question on the others. Item 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Madam Clerk.
Item 2, application to the Federal Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund for the City of Winnipeg new pick upgrades, biosolids facilities, and the Southwest Interceptor projects.
Thank you. Mayor Gillingham will introduce the main item, followed by Councillor Mays, who will introduce his amending motion that was seconded by Councillor Orlico. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, what we have before us here is the staff's recommendation on the applications that we would put forward for the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund. It's a federal fund, $5 billion of which of that envelope is through a provincial territorial stream, and then $1 billion is a direct stream that municipalities can access directly. And so for the direct stream, the application really closes on March the 31st of this year, so we need to get our application in. Our staff has recommended that we apply for funding for the Southwest Interceptor, which is a critical project that our staff has been working on. And then for the provincial territorial stream, the application is related to our North End plant project. And we, as a city, have been working very closely with the province of Manitoba and the federal government. I want to acknowledge both those senior levels of government for their hard work. Appreciate that our Premier has said that the North End plant is his priority, as it is our priority as a council as well. We have to get that North End plant fully funded and fully built so that we can address the capacity issues in the city of Winnipeg and also meet our requirements under our provincial regulation to comply with the Save Lake Winnipeg Act. And third, we've got old infrastructure. That plant has been around since the 1930s, and it's time to replace it. But ultimately, we really need that plant built and funded so that we can accommodate the growth of our city. More housing, more employment lands and job creation, and we only have so much capacity left there, only 4 to 6 years of capacity. So this is and remains, I think, for all of us, the priority project. But the Southwest Interceptor is also a critical project for growth that must be done to accommodate what has been one of, if not the fastest growing area of our city in the Southwest. So I'll be supporting the staff's recommendations. I will not be supporting the amending motion that is here. My understanding is the movers of the motion, I don't know that they've consulted with our staff. I think our staff has done their best work in bringing forward recommendations as to what should be funded. I think it's incumbent on us as a council to stay the course and understand that our staff have a clear line of view on what the priorities are as far as the several infrastructure projects that they are accommodating. We do know that the Southwest Interceptor checks all the boxes of the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, the CHIF fund application requirements. There are requirements around that CHIF fund, and any project for which we apply funding and request funding has to meet the eligibility criteria, and the Southwest Interceptor certainly does that. And so I'll be supporting the main item, not supporting the amending motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mays, to speak to the main item and your amending motion 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm in support of the application to receive the federal funding for the biosolids project at the North End plant. However, I do think we have already committed funding in our capital budget toward the Southwest Interceptor project, which I fought for when certain members of council who are no longer around the table didn't want to fund that between the 2018 and 2022 period. Certainly the current mayor, as finance chair, was supportive of funding the Southwest Interceptor. So I have no desire to see that project scrapped. I think that's a good project. But the amendment speaks to another important area of public policy, which is the combined sewer project. So I'll come to the amendment in a moment, but on the main motion, let's be clear. There is a federal CHIF fund. There was an announcement in the fall economic statement that Winnipeg would get $150 million. Problem number 1, the fall economic statement has no legal force and effect due to the prorogue of Parliament. Problem number 2, we're applying under the provincial territorial stream. There is no provincial territorial eligibility criteria guidelines. There's no document because we don't know if this province has signed an agreement yet. The deadline was December 31st. We're sometimes faulted here for not asking questions. So I asked the federal government, did they sign a deal by December 31st? It's a yes or no question. And the answer was, we're still talking. It's not so apparently it wasn't a yes or no question. So we're applying for something where we don't know the deadline to apply. We don't know the rules, but we have a promise of $150 million starting in 2026, running actually out beyond the life of the next federal government, unless it holds for 5 years, all the way to 2029-30. So it would be nice to get that funding. It's all after the federal election, though, so somebody asked me, why are you against the mayor's efforts to secure funding? It's not secured. It's an application. It was promised in the fall economic statement that has no legal force and effect. Nevertheless, the mayor is to be commended for trying to get funding for the biosolids project, so I'll be supporting that. Additionally, not only do we not know what the handbook, what the deal is, what the rules are for the provincial territorial stream, we do know that under the other stream, You cannot, no work can start until you've satisfied the federal indigenous consultation requirements and the federal environmental consequences. We've already started work on the biosolids. That's undebatable. That is clear. Mr. Shanks has been very forthright saying, yes, we are underway with the work. We've had a contract. People are on site. So we may have to stop work on a project we're racing to complete, but the staff have indicated they're confident. When I asked, and I want to thank, I believe Mr. Armbruster said, no, we're okay on the environmental and the indigenous pieces insofar as we know. We're not aware of any requirements we're not meeting. So let us then apply for the $150 million, and we can hope we get it. It'll be after the next federal election, best case. The amendment, though, seeks to address the other part of the application, the direct stream, where we do have certain rules that have been laid out. See earlier comments about the indigenous and the environmental aspects. But we do know there's a March 31st deadline there under this direct stream. So I supported the Southwest Interceptor. I continue to support it. We should fund it. But we're taking steps to fund it already. What we aren't funding adequately is what this amendment addresses. It's an important environmental concern. That is our work on the combined sewer system of Winnipeg. So, crash course for the people up in the gallery, combined sewer system covers the pre-1960 part of Winnipeg. It's a system where the sewage and excess land drainage, heavy rainfall, go into the same pipe. Inevitably, then, you have events where there's too much, the pipe can't handle it. Two options, into your basement or out into the river. We opt for the out into the river. Since 2019, we've been under a provincial requirement to be done with all sorts of work to reduce those sewer spills, over $1 billion worth of work by 2045. If you look at the document that's in DMIS from 2023, it says if we don't get federal and provincial help, we'll be done in 2095. If we keep funding it at $30 million a year in 2019 dollars. We did have a brief moment of glory there where we went from 30 million to 45 million for 4 years. Kudos to the mayor as finance chair when we did that. But we're now reverting. If you look at our budget, we are reducing money to address sewage spills by a third. We're going from 45 million to 30 million. This is a problem. The deadline not only is 2090, we may now be out beyond the century mark. Perhaps, I've said in the past, it's a good thing Councillor Allard has the young son. He can be there when we finish this program in 2090. I don't know if we'll make it by then because we aren't even keeping up with the 30 million in 2019 dollars. We need to do something to accelerate the work. I've said in the past, I refuse to leave here with a 2090 deadline I'm passing on to my children and grandchildren. It appears I will be leaving here at some point with that deadline the way we're going, but at least I can say I tried. So what we should do then is this. We have reports that say this is supposed to be three-way funding split, the combined sewer work, federal, provincial, city. We don't get federal and provincial help. Have we ever asked for it? No, we haven't. Former Mayor Bowman used to say, go do your number on the CSOs, but the number one priority is the North End. Don't get in the way of that. Fair point. I've said in the past, probably the best sewage mayor we've ever had, Mayor Bowman, but the point was here, we are going for the North End. We're actually not displacing that funding. That's priority number one. Okay, so what can we do then? Why are we falling off to the Southwest Interceptor when we have this other program? We have a legal obligation to be done by 2045. We're cruising in for 2095 right now to land this thing. Not really very good environmental practice. So here's an opportunity. We can keep writing reports bitching about federal and provincial governments not providing joint funding, even though we've never asked them to provide that funding, or we can actually do something. We can actually ask the federal government for some funding. So what's the amendment say? It doesn't alter the time frame. We know we've got that CSO work, a bunch of different districts. The staff, to their credit, have said it's not political. We're going bang for the buck. We're doing Armstrong, then we're going to go do Mission, because we put the money in there, that's the biggest reduction we get in sewage spills. Okay, so what's next? Mission in Councillor Allard's ward. Let's go accelerate the work in the Mission District. Let's go do that, or let's concede that we'll be done when our children's children's children can celebrate the end of this program. But we have a chance to ask for federal money We keep complaining we're not getting federal and provincial funding, but we never actually ask for it. Here's our chance. We're not leapfrogging over the northwest, over the north end sewage treatment plant. And as I say, I'm fine with funding the Southwest Interceptor. It's in the budget. What isn't in the budget is any sort of commitment to keep going on the CSO plan in any sort of way that'll get us done by anywhere near the 2045 deadline. So the amending motion is an attempt to get some recognition that we are at current pace decades behind on the CSO work. We fault the federal and provincial governments for this because they're not joining us in funding. We also never ask them for funding. Something's got to give there. If we ask and they don't fund it, then I guess we can say, well, we'll be 50 years late in completing this. But this ridiculous artifice of it's all their fault, but we never actually ask them for money. Like, let's be forthright about this, and we'll probably return to this in the very near future when we're debating water and sewer rates, because that's what is paid for this. We haven't taken on any debt to do the CSO work. It's all been pay-as-you-go. It's all been money from the water and sewer rates. So there's no debt implication here. There's no jumping the queue. Oh, let's do the one in St. Vital. Let's move that up. No, the next one up is in Allard's ward. It's the Mission District. Tons of opportunity for green infrastructure there along the Seine River. It's a good, it's the work we should be doing. We're supposed to be doing 10% of this budget as green infrastructure. We're nowhere near that, but that's, Save Our Seine is on the case. They want to do some green infrastructure there. So, in short, I'm prepared to support the overall motion. I think we should know what's in the provincial territorial deal. We don't, but it is important to get money for the biosolids. But it's also important to pay attention to CSO work, where it's an environmental problem. We've actually reduced the money we're putting towards sewage spills from 45 to 30 million. We can leave it for the people in the gallery to sort this out when they're senior citizens, or we can actually try and take some action now and get going and accelerate this program and try and meet the 2045 deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Please rise.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I do support the application for funding under the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, but I rise because I'm hoping that that Mr. Mayor will include in his closing remarks a bit of the a bit of information. I do have, and it's no surprise here where I'm going, I do have some significant concerns regarding the lack of transparency and governance surrounding the discussion of not only this, but in particular the funding and the rates. And I understand, and is probably a good order, Madam Speaker, that I'm speaking before the new chair, Councillor Eady, and of course I've asked through you, Madam Speaker, for the mayor to address this specifically. It is essential for the public to have a clear line of sight into financial commitments and the projected impacts of the proposed changes, particularly in light of what we know to be proposed sewer rate increases and the delay of critical reports. And I will point out in this report, the last pages really state twice something that I believe the administration intended to be taken together with the rate report that we do not have. The application for funding, if successful, does promise to a reduction in the city's share of the project costs. However, the report fails to provide sufficient clarity on key aspects, such as the impact of the proposed sewer rate increase, which has been delayed again, Madam Speaker. The absence of a comprehensive discussion on how these rate increases will be managed and how they will impact residents is literally implied 2 times in this report, Madam Speaker. It's there. It is written. The author likely, Madam Speaker, and I can't speak for the public service, I would welcome them to weigh in, as I have over emails, the writer assumes that we know what the increased rates are. So the absence of a comprehensive discussion on how these rate increases are implied in the report, how they're going to be managed is implied, and this is the pathway forward in the report. Apply for this, and they will be reduced. This, to me, is a major governance issue. It's a sequencing that the mayor's office controls, Madam Speaker. It looks like the public servants intended to see this material in context, Madam Speaker. So with such a significant funding application on the table, the public, Madam Speaker, deserves to know more about how these decisions will affect their pocketbooks in the short and long term. Moreover, the freeze on development charges proposed in the report extends beyond the current council's term. That might raise concerns for future governance. While I understand the need to ensure that funding agreements are honored, committing future councils to a freeze might be seen by some as a matter of transparency and a debate that should take place in context. The report highlights the importance of the Southwest Interceptor project, and it also highlights the alleviation of pressure on the sewage system for Southwest Winnipeg. There is no doubt this is a strategic project of the highest caliber of the generational projects, among generational projects in Canada, in fact. It is such a large-scale project. We have many reports. The public and future councils must be given the proper tools to make informed decisions rather than having to rely on incomplete, delayed information. It is Schrodinger's cat at its best, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, while I support the funding application, I recognize the need that these important infrastructure improvements. I really urge Council to prioritize transparency and good governance, and I'm hoping the Mayor will speak to that specifically, given the manner in which the Public Service wrote this report, implied that the reader likely knew what the rates were that would be reduced if we make this move. Arguably, not having the rates and the perhaps shocking amount that they are, this report would have been seen in context. I agree with the Mayor with respect to, time is of the essence, and we've done the Southwest Interceptor, but I don't agree that all of Council has been even provided the time to enter in which should it be, other than the votes on Council, which do matter, and we did vote on the Southwest Interceptor. I do want the public fully informed. I do want other governments fully informed. We only have complexity to add, Madam Speaker. We only have complexity to add on the financial commitments, the staggering bills that we've got, and future decision makers, Madam Speaker, shouldn't be boxed in by agreements, and I think, Councillor Mays and Councillor Orlikow might be up on their feet talking about that. But the line of sight, Madam Speaker, the lack of transparency, and the unacceptable hold of the fact that the sewer rates should have been here in February. As you know, I argued they should have been there in budget. It is not just an update when you do something very different that you originally proposed in the multi-year. It is a 6% tax increase. People deserve the line of sight. They deserved it this month. And I'm hoping both the chair and the mayor, who have, the chair, thank you, Madam Speaker, has had really good public statements this week that they're developing a plan. Can they shed light on it before we vote on this? It's an important vote, Madam Speaker. We have the ability to be nimble and respond to changing circumstances. This vote is about that. It's about a fund we critically need, but it should also be about the transparency and the context and the complexity that we need to bring all Winnipeggers in on, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Eady, followed by Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will, just to start off, I'll be supporting our original recommendation to move ahead on these two projects to the two different streams, Madam Speaker. I'm going to really just speak to the amendment. I just want to say, I mean, the Mission CSO area, Madam Speaker, is one of those areas which, if we can get rid of the CSO overflow, we're also adding the capacity for more industrial growth in the Mission industrial area. And it does provide green options for dealing with water, land water that ends up into our combined sewers. But in discussion, I actually don't think I got an electronic version of the amendment, but I believe it talks about, Madam Speaker, reprioritizing and putting Mission ahead of Armstrong, which covers our area, Madam Speaker. And well, I never read it. It's
Fair enough, but, well, it doesn't. The Armstrong work's underway, and Councillors Sharma and Eady's ward, this in no way
Okay,
reprioritizes.
thank you. Councillor Eady?
okay. Anyway, I think there was wording. Anyway, Armstrong is still our priority for CSO. There has been a lot of planning and work going into it, and work is, I think, starting this year as they move ahead and spend the money they have collected from water bill payers, Madam Speaker. And either way, on the Southwest sewer interceptor, it is something that the water bill payers pay for. The developers, though, they're the ones who put in the new sewers to the new homes that are built out there in Waverly, Western, Southwest Winnipeg, Madam Speaker. That's why, but first thing is, I want to say, in consultation, Mission, in order to move that forward, instead of the Southwest Interceptor, it will in no way meet the timeline for the application for that direct line of funding, Madam Speaker. Whereas the Interceptor, there's quite a fair amount of work that's gone ahead, and everything that we have supplied for that application will meet criterias set out by the federal government under that program. The federal government will evaluate whether or not certain criteria or certain activities need to take place. But, so, I'm just going to quickly summarize. CSO is very important, and it does allow for the capacity for more infill. We have other CSO areas where, you know, you're told you can't build that many units because the sewer won't handle it. So they have to downsize the infill projects. So that is how important it is. However, again, for CHIF, Madam Speaker, they're going to get a lot more housing if they help us fund the Southwest Interceptor, which is what their goal is. That's the federal government and, well, provincial government too. They want to see housing growth because our population is growing, and we need housing. And we need housing, of course, that's affordable. But nevertheless, Mission is not ready to be applied for, Madam Speaker, and meet the timelines under this program. So I'll leave it at that. I won't be voting for the amendment, although I really do appreciate the meaning of it and its intention. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gilroy, followed by Councillor Lukes.
Madam Speaker, we should all be very, very concerned at the federal government bullying us in order to take money that we are needing for the NUPIC project in order to control how we decide to develop our city. and we are looking to what's going on in the south, and we are questioning, this is a bullying tactic, Madam Speaker. They are assuming that we are Toronto and that we are in Edmonton, Madam Speaker. They are making assumptions without understanding the dynamics of what's going on in our own city in terms of housing and what we are needed and where the type of development is needed, Madam Speaker. So I'm beyond frustrated that we are here having to make this decision today because I know we need this project to happen, Madam Speaker. I'm very concerned that we are making this decision right now when we're about to go on to a big debate in terms of our fourplexes, and that we're having to be forced to make a decision on this funding here today. I am concerned because it lacks the complete understanding of what's going on within our inner city communities that have boarded up and vacant buildings and that are really needing housing developed there, and their plan is to develop it elsewhere, Madam Speaker. I'm really concerned that we are giving up the control of how we develop our city, how we want those developments to look like, and how fast we want our city to grow. And we should be concerned about it because I really, quite frankly, think that is a big part of our job, Madam Speaker. So we are basically, our hands are tied in order to get this funding that is critically needed. Now, that's not our fault, but I want to talk about the comments raised by Councillor Rowlands here today. She's not wrong. We've got some concerns that we got to worry about with those rates, and the challenge is us making this decision here today impacts how those rates are going to be defined. I also want to raise that Councillor Mays' motion regarding the combined sewer is really critical. So maybe if the mayor can kind of find out while the debate's happening on, part of the problem being on water and waste over the years, we have seen how the developments really rely on us getting the defined sewer overflows because they can't handle the developments. So by allowing the developments to happen in the future, without doing the combined sewer overflows, we're providing the capacity within our new PIC system, but is it going to help the development capacity that we're going to be creating by allowing the federal government to do this to us? If we get the development that we're hoping to occur, will it be able to deal with the combined sewer overflows? The combined sewers. So I'm hoping he can maybe get that answer to us before kind of making a final decision here, but we should all be concerned because we are losing control of how we're developing our city, and we're basically, our hands are being tied behind our backs in order to get funding that is desperately needed for the city. And so I want to raise this because we are seeing bullying happening. We are seeing bullying happening in the States towards Canada, and I want to raise that this is not healthy for Winnipeg. Us losing our ability to control how we develop our city is not a positive step. We are seeing the housing developments that we want. We're getting that missing middle. We've surpassed some of those numbers. We do need critical low-income housing, Madam Speaker. That is what we're missing. And we're also missing the fact that we need the development to happen in certain areas of the city that we're not seeing development. And by allowing us to continue moving on with the steps that the federal government is trying to make us agree to in the future, well, we're giving a carte blanche to where the developers can develop instead of controlling where we want them to develop and encouraging them to develop in areas that critically need the development, Madam Speaker. So I wanted to rise because I am frustrated with the federal government right now. And I feel that we really need to do a lot of work talking with the federal government, Madam Speaker, through you to the mayor, on really understanding the dynamics of a prairie city. We are not Toronto. We are not Edmonton. We have different development needs here, and we're missing the mark, Madam Speaker. And all you have to do is look at the development that we're seeing now and understand where we are at in terms of meeting our quotas, and look at the areas where really we do need development. So I'll leave it at that. I made my comments, but I wanted to raise my frustration because I think it's important for people to really understand that in order to get this money, we are signing off our rights, Madam Speaker, and that's a problem for me.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Lukes.
Thank you very much. I'm rising to support the report, and I won't be supporting the motion that's been brought forward. I appreciate and respect the knowledge that Councillor Mays has gained in the Water and Waste Department over time, but I'm going to support what the department is bringing forward for the recommendation in this report. The Southwest Interceptor is fully funded right now. It is fully funded. What this report is asking to do is to use a different funding source because it qualifies for that funding source. And by using, and if it's accepted under the direct stream, it will lower the required city funding to $52.07 million. And proposed sewer rate increases could be reduced. That's on page 9. So another thing I wanted to bring up, and I'm going to send everyone this update that I had the Economic Department come up with. I wanted to know where the multifamily units were being developed. Where are these multifamily units being developed in the city over a period of time? And because we all think in wards, I had the department break it down to wards. So I'll tell you, since 2018 to now, there have been twice as many, in every ward, twice as many units, multifamily units developed in the Waverly West ward. Why is that, Madam Speaker? Because it's easy. It's greenfield. It's easy. It is very, very, very difficult to develop multifamily in established neighborhoods. Of all the things that I've experienced here at City Hall, one of the most difficult and challenging times is sitting through appeals. We've all sat through countless appeals where people don't want lot splits, they don't want infill, they don't want it. Sometimes, and I had to laugh with Councillor Gilroy being so frustrated with the current government, and here I am saying, yes, current government, I really actually like that you're doing this. I like that you're saying to cities, look, if you want to have more funding for your water treatment plants, start doing infill, start using existing infrastructure that's already built. It's the hardest thing to do, is to do infill from the model that we have set up where citizens are to represent, where councillors are to represent citizens and come forward. We are here to make hard decisions, big picture city decisions. Infill is probably one of the hardest things every single councillor has to do in this area. I'll send you the updates of the multifamily. You'll see 2-to-1, Waverly West, Greenfield, fill it up, easy to do. Infill is hard to do. I'm supportive of this report that's in front of us. I'm supportive of the department's recommendations on how to move some fully funded projects around so that we can access more funding and cost the city less. So I won't be supporting this motion. I'll send you this information about, if you want, I call it contiguous development, you can call it urban sprawl, you can call it whatever you want. But the fact of the matter is, infill is very difficult to do, and I also believe, I really believe, that if we don't show support for this $150 million by adhering to what the federal government is asking us to do, that this is a test. If we don't support this, will we get more funding? Probably not. They're saying, here's $150 million. You've got to comply to these requirements. If we don't, do I think that we'll get more funding? Absolutely not. I have a very good relationship with my MP that I work with, and I know that there's a lot of conversations going on right now looking for more funding for the sewer treatment plant. But if we're going to turn down $150 million, I give up. Like, that's crazy. So I'm supporting this report and the department's recommendations. And
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Orlikow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to this clause. I will be supporting the amendment, but I will not support the clause. If you read the report carefully, Madam Speaker, this entire project is now at $2.4 billion. $2.4 billion. The North End Water Pollution Control Center, combined with the other two treatment centers, are actually at just over $2.8 billion. The nutrient, the biosolids alone, went from 2003 over $400 million to just over $1 billion in 2 years. This is an out-of-control project, Madam Speaker, in terms of the capital cost this is going to have on the ratepayers of Winnipeg. Furthermore, how can anybody on this council vote for a report when the federal minister is Terry Duguid, who was the same federal minister, Madam Speaker, who was the same individual? There's no other Terry Duguid I know of. He's born and raised in Transcona. Don Duguid is actually more famous than him because he was a famous curler. But anyway, Chairperson Terry Duguid, better treatment, taking action to improve water quality. Report on public hearing, City of Winnipeg, wastewater collection and treatment systems, August 2003, Manitoba Clean Environment Commission. Appointed by no less than Gary Doer. The province accepted this report, by the way, and I'm going to read you one of the report's findings. Financial support, page 60, item 15. The City of Winnipeg should be directly assisted by the province of Manitoba in efforts to secure financial support under existing and future infrastructure programs for upgrades to its wastewater collection and treatment systems. Specifically, the funding formula, Madam Speaker, in the report, the funding formula of 1/3 municipal, 1/3 provincial, and 1/3 federal should be used. Well, here we have the federal minister, and if my numbers are correct, Madam Speaker, and I think they are, I've added up the total federal funding for all these treatment projects that either is pending or committed, and we're at 322, just over that, $322 million. The provincial funding, pending or committed, is just over $278 million. Combined, that's $601 million. Keep in mind, right? I'm not even going to use the $2.8 billion number, which is all of the treatment plants. I'm going to use the $2.4 billion. That means that each level of government, based on my math, should be at the table for $800 million. So what does that mean now, Madam Speaker, to the ratepayers of Winnipeg? It basically means, Madam Speaker, that the ratepayers of Winnipeg are going to take up the extra cost that the federal government, the provincial governments aren't committing to. Terry Duguid, as the chair of the Clean Environment Commission, recommended 1/3 funding. Why are we as a city accepting a report with anything less? I can't support this, Madam Speaker. This is going to be a direct cost on the ratepayers of Winnipeg. We're adding $1.2 billion because of the federal government, provincial government not picking up their 1/3 envelope, as was recommended in a report by the commissioner who was appointed by the premier of the day, and the same premier, by the way, who this premier admires and gets advice from on a daily basis. Why are we allowing for anything less? Now, if you recall, this report was generated because there was, I think it was a bolt that broke in the North End treatment plant, and millions or billions of liters of raw sewage spilled out into the river. And it was front page news at the time for days, maybe even weeks. And the province reacted by appointing had Mr. Duguid in place already? Go and investigate, give us recommendations. He did that. Now Terry Duguid is our federal minister. What a great opportunity to renegotiate with him. We're on the eve of a federal election. Why are we accepting anything less, Madam Speaker? This has to be sent back, this report. I would encourage somebody to stand up here and do so. And anybody on council who votes for this and who has been on the keeping costs low to the ratepayers of Winnipeg, as I know the mayor has, needs to be consistent. This is going to be a direct hit to the rates of water and rates of our city. The residents of Winnipeg are going to see costs with their water and sewer rates rise astronomically that I would predict to you in the next 10 years or more will rival the cost of their property tax bill, maybe beyond, based on these costs. Because I don't think 2.4 billion or the combined 2.8 billion for the existing program is going to end. And by the way, why are we building a biosolid plant? Last time I checked, only exists in Washington, D.C. We're building it for our engineers to win awards, maybe, I don't know. But why are we building the highest level of biosolid removal? You know, I recall the day when I arrived here, a long time ago, Madam Speaker, when we actually put the biosolids on farm fields in the Arm of McDonald. They actually loved it. But then they said, oh, you can't do that anymore. The farmers loved it because the crops grew like crazy. But, okay, I get it. We can't do that anymore. But then why are we building the highest biosolid required plant, you know, that exists in Washington, D.C.? To me, that makes no sense. Yes, we have to build something, but could we bring our costs down there? We value engineer on our rec facilities all the time. We value engineer, which is code word for cutting the scope of a project. Why are we just simply, well, because we can pass it on to water and rate increase to the poor people of Winnipeg. Madam Speaker, we can't go forward with this. And as far as I'm concerned, to link the HAF, which is one-time money, okay, to this plant, and the money that, it makes no sense to Councillor Mays' point. You know, it makes no sense. We're getting, the kind of money we're getting in terms of the HAF from this program doesn't make any sense to me, Madam Speaker, with regards to a program that may not even be here in the coming months. And so I'm very concerned about that, that we would be proposing to change zoning, which is a permanent change unless you change it back, for one-time federal money. And when we look at the envelope of federal money we're receiving, it too falls far short because for a federal government that also voted overwhelmingly, Madam Speaker, to make housing a right in their national housing strategy. And if housing is now a right like health care is a right, the federal government has to step up. And as we know, they receive the majority of the share of the tax dollars in this country. Frankly, Madam Speaker, we have not seen that from this federal government or previous ones with regards to housing. And I don't think we're probably going to see it from the next one either, based on what we're seeing in the public opinion polls, and what Mr. Poilievre has been saying. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, we shouldn't be changing our zoning bylaws so quickly to accommodate one-time, relatively speaking, not a lot of money when you actually look at the cost of building new housing. And there's another item on the agenda, item 8, where we talked about on Granite Way, and the total cost of that project was extremely high.
Councillor Shire moves extension, 2 minutes, all in favor?
One project, $44 million. It was $440,000 a unit. I mean, you can see we're just over $100 million one-time money from the federal government for housing. It's not a lot. And so, Madam Speaker, I really think that we have to push the federal government with the help of the province, who had a signed-off report, and unfortunately, like anything else around here, it seems like it's out the door. Well, I wasn't here when that report came out. It's like the history and the knowledge of the past, out the door, out the window. We don't have anything to do with. Well, I'm sorry. This is a report from the Clean Environment Commission that was accepted by the provincial government of the day, an NDP government. We have an NDP government back in office. It's time to say to them, step up. We're doing these massive upgrades, as referred to in the report. And this is going to cost us a fortune, unless, Mr. Premier, you want to see water and waste rates, and if it's about affordability, which he campaigned on last time I checked in the last provincial general election, this alone will drive people out of their homes, never mind their apartments, to have to pay the water and waste rates that are going to be coming down the pipe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Orlikow.
Yeah, thank you. I want to be very clear when I'm voting today that I'm not voting for everything that I've been told to vote for going forward in the proposed changes to the infill housing, if you can call it infill housing anymore. Regardless of that, I'll vote today to take one step. But as we learned with the Housing Accelerator Fund, many councillors took that one step. Some people said, okay, after that, now I've seen the details. And that step was too far. We have that opportunity to say no later on. So I'm also not voting for four-story fourplexes at this point. This is not a part of this discussion. This is, I wish I had more clarity, and I first of all want to thank our CAO and our Director of Planning. May not agree a lot with what they're saying, but I do respect the fact that they've given me information to help me try to get there, but I don't have all the information. So for example, I still don't know, in the report it says fourplex. Okay, that's something to talk about, but then I get confused very quickly when I see reports that say, no, it's actually four-story fourplex. Okay, now I'm confused again. Well, it's not really four-story, it's only 10 meter more in some spot. Okay, now I'm really confused. It's some back lanes, some corner lots, so it gets even more and more confusing. We only had a few days. I was perplexed after the first Housing Accelerator Fund. I said, how do we not have some idea of what we're suggesting when we're voting on this? We should have some idea. Again, and I thank Hazel, the Director of Planning, they quickly put it together so we could have that information prior to this vote today. Didn't like the information, I can tell you that straight off the hop. There's some amendments all required, I hope. But again, they provided that opportunity. I also got very upset because as we found out for the first and then Housing Accelerator Fund, there was lots of information in there that we never supported or gave any council direction as of right housing. Well, now it's here. In the report, I see the administration went out in that Housing Accelerator Fund report and said, oh, we are going to support as of right housing. That's a policy decision by council. I was blown away when I read that line. That's something I do not support. I haven't supported. I believe we can make it a better process, but it's as of right housing where you take the red tape, i.e. the people's voice away, is disgusting. For me personally, there's many opportunities that you don't do through a public hearing, but there's many ways to gather the public's input and still have a chance to have going forward. Again, these are my concerns that I had when I read it, and that's why I asked, can I see the report? Before I vote, I would like to see the actual the report. And as I got the information back, there is no report because there's been no submission yet. I go, okay, that's crazy, but okay. We got the federal government said, if you apply, we'll probably give you $150 million. Okay, that's nice. But again, we are voting on a thing today that we actually don't know all the details. So that's very concerning as well. What other things do they slide in there that I don't know about? Again, transparency and our duty to be informed and making decisions requires that we should have at least an opportunity to see the report. And if it's only just entering it into, well, we don't have a report, it's a matrix they put in, you just enter the data. I go, that's fine. Give me the question that they asked for and then our answer. That's a report for me, that's fine. I'd like to know what it is. So again, I don't know a lot of things going on right now in this one. I do know the $150 million regardless of that I'm with Councillor White on this one. Overall, in the grand scheme of, and I really think he was generous by saying it's going to be a $2+ billion project. I'm more at a $3 billion+ project at this point. We haven't really started yet. But again, I hope not. But again, the city is broke. And that's probably the reason why I went with Councillor Mays' motion here and supported it, is we have this weird sense of both trickle-down economics. Well, we don't have to have developers pay anything. Don't worry about it. The less they pay, the more taxes will be generated, and everybody will be happy. Well, we've gone, I'm echoing Councillor Jabaski in my head right now. So let's do the Southwest Transit. Let's do that pipe so we can get those precincts done in the southwest quadrant of the city. Well, those are all greenfields. And as Councillor, and the reason speaking up is Councillor Luke is absolutely correct. Developers like greenfields. They don't have to pay for community centers. They don't have to pay for fire halls. It's an easy build. They can buy big lots. It's cheaper for them. They make more money. And I do believe residents, some people like that. But again, when we keep developing these greenfields, who gets hit the hardest? Infill. Now we're calling greenfield development infill somehow, because continuous development, they call it, or whatever. But even in some reports I'm reading now, it's, greenfield is actually infill. Well, it's not. It's really not. So the infill comments that we've already talked about, reducing service costs, reusing, getting money, for example, infill provides revenue for our neighborhoods. Well, so far I've learned it doesn't. And so far I've learned that we lose our LDR, we're not getting any more park money, we're falling apart in the inner cities and the mature neighborhoods. But are we getting any kind of growth? No, we can't do an impact fee. That's out of the question. So where's this money going to come from to develop these neighborhoods, to take the community centers that we have, some of the fire halls we have? This is going to take quite a bit of massive amount of work. But as we've seen, because we don't have those infrastructures built into these new precincts, the mature neighborhoods are paying for sprawl. We have to pay all that money out to put in new roads, new pipes, new community centers, because the developers are not. Maybe we need to change that. Again, I'd love to see that happen, but right now I don't believe that's even in the discourse, because we don't want to have anybody intruding on developers' ability to build new houses or to make good profits, whatever you want to put it. That's their job, nothing disparaging about that, but our job is to make sure that the money that is being developed in growth areas, if we have a lot of growth in an infill community, they should be getting some money back to deal with that growth, because even in our reports, repeatedly it says, and it hasn't changed anytime soon, two things have never changed. One is that the permit system should be cost neutral. That should not be funded, as we found in the last budget. We decided to fund permits by using taxpayers' revenue. That should be a zero cost. That's from 2016. We also know from the impact fee that growth doesn't pay for growth. Again, there seems to be a change of philosophy, never written down, never a public policy discussion in council, but that's what seems to be happening right now. So again, the Southwest Interceptor will promote growth in the greenfields. That is something I think we cannot afford to keep doing. So that's why I think the idea of going to the mature neighborhoods, investing some of those mature neighborhoods that are already experiencing problems, taking some of this money so it goes towards that is a good idea. So I will be supporting both motions. But again, be very clear, that doesn't mean I'm supporting when the bylaw comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier.
Madam Speaker, we will notice from the very beginning of today's council meeting, starting with the mayor's comments, opening comments regarding his trip to the United States, to the argument we're having right here, there's one consistency in the whole conversation we've had all day so far. Madam Speaker, and we're talking about our inability to cope with inflation. What kind of inflation, Madam Speaker? Inflation of people's wages? No. It's the difference between people's wages and the inflation of the cost of things that wage earners need to pay for, that working people need to pay for. Madam Speaker, we're not talking about all inflation going up, Madam Speaker, because if everything went up, there would be no problem, because if wages went up at the same rate as buses, cost of buses, there would be no problem. We could pay for it the same way. Madam Speaker, we will notice that the one consistency throughout the entire day so far has been our inability to agree on and therefore cope with inflation. Not all inflation, because not everything's going up at the same rate, Madam Speaker. We're talking about essentially the inflation of capital assets. I've been calling it for 10 years here, since I've been here 10 years, essentially construction inflation. Why do I mention construction inflation? Because that's the primary responsibility of this city's job, to deal with our budget. We deal with construction more than we deal with houses or food. It's literally our job to build the bridges and the highways and to maintain them. So, Madam Speaker, when we can't explain to the taxpayers of this city why our budget's going up, primarily due to construction inflation, the inflation construction costs of bridges and roads, who are we to try and cope with the issues of housing and food? Madam Speaker, when we can't even explain and cope with our own city budget, who are we to be able to handle the housing issue, the cost of housing, and the cost of food, as an example, Madam Speaker? You'll notice, Madam Speaker, that this morning that the mayor talked about how there's going to be an increase in the cost of goods coming in for the states, like buses or bus parts, things like that, Madam Speaker, as an example. construction costs. And Madam Speaker, this is what I've been talking about for 10 years. Am I exaggerating in any way, shape, or form? Madam Speaker, Councillor Gilroy talked about how we are losing control. Well, that's true, Madam Speaker. We're losing control. But I have to make a point, Madam Speaker, that we moved a motion my first term to get a report on construction inflation. The council at the time chose not to know, voted against the report on a robust report on construction inflation so that we all know what we're talking about. Madam Speaker, I'm really scared that we're arguing and we don't even know what we're arguing about, Madam Speaker, because we don't even know the facts. So, Madam Speaker, talking about the cost of American imports, we're talking about the cost of goods and services, goods primarily, not services, because services are based on wages and salaries, and they're not going up at the same rate. Let's face it. But of course, we might not all understand that, Madam Speaker, because we never offered to ourselves to have a report on inflation, on construction inflation, so that we know the difference. We're talking about the Housing Accelerator Fund, Madam Speaker. Why are we talking about the Housing Accelerator Fund and the Canada Housing Initiative Fund? Why are we talking about giving up, deregulating and giving up power of council in order to get some federal funding for housing? Why is that, Madam Speaker? Because of the cost of housing, the cost of inflation of construction. Or is it for another reason? No, Madam Speaker, that is the reason. I've been talking about that for 10 years. Am I exaggerating? So what are we supposed to do? Well, you can't solve a problem you can't understand, that you don't understand. You can't fix a problem you can't explain. And that's our job, to understand it and to explain it. That's ours. And if it's not our job to do that, Madam Speaker, whose is it? I've asked for a report on construction inflation. It's been obfuscated. Well, there's already a report on construction inflation. I want to know where that report is. Madam Speaker, you know, in this room we debate and we argue with each other over statistics and this and that, and Councillor Orlikow just said he's confused by the administration about the meaning of fourplexes and 4 stories, and I don't blame him. We got to get our facts straight, Madam Speaker, so we're all on the same page in terms of facts. We don't have to agree. We're entitled all to our own opinions and values and priorities. But Madam Speaker, when we can't even agree that we understand the facts on the same page, we are in trouble. And that's where we are right now. And I've been predicting this moment when the Mayor Gillingham is saying the costs are going to be going up. Madam Speaker, the cost of the tariffs, the potential tariffs coming in because of our current politics here in the United States, and it affects their largest economic trading partner, Canada, that's about 4 years of construction inflation. It sets us up 4 years in advance. But Madam Speaker, in the great scheme of things, it is bigger than that. And I'm going to make the point, Madam Speaker, that these things are here to deflect and obfuscate and get us off track, because it's a lot bigger than tariffs. That is not the that's not the main reason why we've got construction inflation. That's 4 years worth, Madam Speaker. People have been in this council for 20 years. Well, almost. We're a year away or something like that. 4 years is not a long time when it comes to the history of economics, world history. So it's very scary to me when we're going to talk about how it's the tariffs that are going to be the problem. Madam Speaker, if we actually knew what we were talking about, maybe we were in a better position to absorb the shock and the challenges that this creates. But I'm going to make the point that it's construction inflation itself that has caused the United States to look for some sort of answers. And they're looking at this. I hate to think that we're in death throes because we refuse to deal and talk about what is causing this, what the consistency of today. The prices are going to go up, says the mayor. First thing this morning we hear. Then we're talking about housing. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm trying to deal with food inflation, Madam Speaker, in my ward of Elmwood East Kildonan, and trying to get the best prices for people that I can. I'm starting this. Really, a city councillor shouldn't be doing that. It's not part of our thing. But, well, you know, city councilor has to do what a city councilor has to do when it comes to trying to deal with inflation. I can't really do much as an individual, Madam Speaker. That takes government. That's more than one person. I'll do what I can in my area to try and get the best prices for people for food. I'm working on it right now. That's a big issue because it's not, you know, although construction inflation is the biggest issue here when it comes to the city's budget, food is actually a larger part of people's budget, Madam Speaker. Let's get on the same
Thank you,
page.
Councillor
Let's
Schreier.
pretend, pardon me?
Thank you. The time is up.
All right,
Shall we
thank
move
you.
on? Thank you. Okay, no further speakers. Councillor Duncan, last speaker, then we'll close.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise more so. I thought this was fairly straightforward. We're requesting $150 million from a federal grant to go towards essentially lessening the costs to ratepayers ultimately in the $279 million that is allocated and approved for the water and sewer rate reports. Unfortunately, you know, I don't want to get into the real, you know, ins and outs of this. I see a lot of eyes rolling back into heads in the gallery this morning and around the table. But when we speak to transparency on, let me just make sure I get this date correct, February 18th, this information was circulated to all of council. I saw a response from the councillor from St. Vital on this, and there were answers given, including that if we are successful in this application of $150 million from the feds, $150 million would come more from the province of Manitoba, or there approximately, which could result in $21 million being applied to those sewer rates, which could see, to the councillor from Fort Rouge, Fort Garry, affordability, a reduction of 1.5% to those rates. The Southwest Interceptor is ready to go. Mission is not. There are criterias to these applications, including a $100 million cap, which Mission would exceed. To my council colleagues considering this, it is not eligible. I love hearing about the times of the past, but I think it's time that we look to the future and how we can get things done in this city. And that is making decisions here today that impact the future of our sewer at the north end and protecting folks' pockets when it comes to their rates and affordability in this province. $150 million to start with would go a long way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mays to close on the motion and main item. Your opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we've had everyone who's ever chaired the Water and Waste Committee in its history now speak. So thank you to Councillor Duncan for doing that. Councillor Gilroy and myself, of course. So, no, you weren't chair of that committee. You were chair of Public Works when I was under the committee. Yeah. So, no. It is important to clarify what is actually on the table here. There are two housing programs that have been referenced here. Confusingly, the CHF, the CHIF, and the HAF, the HAF, both federal programs. So we are debating here today the CHIF, making an application. The idea that you're turning down $150 million. No, this is about making an application under the CHIF to get $150 million. Oh, there are complaints about transparency, and yet you've had 9 days to ask. There is no federal provincial stream yet in existence that we are applying under. There is no deal with the province of Manitoba. Where is it? It doesn't exist. It'll probably be announced after the Transcona by-election, I suspect, and then we'll all be told how water and sewer rates are going to come down, but that's merely supposition. So let's be clear, there is no federal provincial stream with rules and regulations. We are saying we have to get our application in, so be it. It's an application for $150 million that doesn't start until after the federal election. The announcement in the fall economic statement spread that over 4 years, starting in 2026. So That's what we're debating here. We're not turning down 150, we're making an application for 150 for the biosolids. So, with all due respect to Councillor Duncan, the transparency here isn't perhaps quite what it could be, since we don't know what the terms of the deal is with the province. So, regardless, I would support applying for 150. There's one person who comes out looking good out of this whole process, and that person is Matt Dryborough, who is our interim acting assistant deputy. It's Matt Dryborough, who's the interim deputy to Sherwood over there. So, why do I say that? Because he's got a paragraph in here that says, instead of having a fight to the death in March over the 4 units as of right, we're going to go with what we said in 2023, and we're going to have that hearing in June. We're going to have that hearing in June under the Housing Accelerator Fund about fourplexes, and that'll be that. So we're not having 2 separate debates here. So Councillor Orlick was right. I'm not voting for all sorts of detail here today on the fourplexes. Councillor Luke says infill. The proposal is 4 units as of right citywide. We had a whole debate about the infill guidelines, about promoting infill in the mature communities, pre-1960 communities, because that's where the population had been lost over time. That's where we wanted to focus, closer to downtown. This isn't that. Let's not pretend it is. This is 4 units everywhere across the entire city. All of them could be built in Sage Creek. All of them could be built in Waverly West. All of them could be as far out as you could get in the city. None of this has to do with infill or densification or affordability. It's just the federal government, as Gilroy correctly says, bullying the city into saying you have to agree to 4 units as of right. What are the details? As to the credit of Mr. Dryborough, we're going to sort that out in June. Okay, so the idea that, and this idea that, oh, you oppose lot splits, that's not multifamily. I know I'm right on that because the sewer bylaw backs me up. So all of the lot splits that have happened, none of it's all fog machine. None of that has to do with multifamily housing. Turning to the merits of the amendment, so we're trying to promote infill. So we're going to go with the Southwest Interceptor down by the perimeter to promote more housing development in the southwest corner of the city, but we're not going to go with the work in the Mission District, which is, if you're wondering where that is, it's around Happy Land Pool and Park, ironically. That's where the Mission District is. That would be in a mature community. That would actually fit our definition of infill. Councillor Orlick is right. We're talking about infill in Sage Creek, Waverly West, distant parts of Transcona. Suddenly that's become infill, but it's in the Greenfield area. Very confusing, but that's really the debate for June, I would say. But for today, you can't get up here and say, we need more housing that's infill. So vote for the Southwest Interceptor over the Mission District thing, because one is at the extreme southwest corner and the other one is in the mature community. That just doesn't hang together. I support the Southwest Interceptor. Luke's is right. We've already got the funding for it. We do. So what does this come down to, really? So if we're really talking about housing and promoting housing, I would suggest the move on the Southwest Interceptor, switching that out and putting in some CSO work would make more sense. That would be my submission. But that takes away and is a bit of a distraction from the main application, which is around trying to get the $150 million for the biosolids. I won't get into some of the points Councillor Wyatt has made, but what this really comes down to in terms of the amendment, you can say how important the CSO work is. You can. You can say, but I'm not going to ask the federal government for money today for that. And then we're going to get, in about a month's time, into a debate about rates. And I'm going to say, well, since we're not asking the other levels of government to help us, we're going to have to go it alone. And you can say, no, I don't want to do that. I want to blame the other levels of government. You can do that, but then just be honest. Just say, I want to be done in 2095. I want to leave this for my children's children's children to sort out the whole sewer spill. That's what I want to do, because it is inarguable that we're going from $45 million a year down to $30 million in the budget to deal with CSO. It is inarguable that the costing says if you're going to be done even by the 2090s, you've got to be at $30 million a year in 2019 dollars. So construction inflation. Inflation period is slipping away from us there. So debate's not over today. We'll be back in a month's time on the water and sewer rates. And maybe Councillor Duncan's actually scored a point here, which is, hey, maybe we can lower the rates because we'll be getting all this federal and provincial money, although we don't know how much provincial money, but let's assume we do. Oh, so maybe we'll have a little bit more room under the rate structure, and we can actually do mission. We can actually do some of the other CSO work. So you can say today, as Councillor Yee does, it's very important to do CSO work. Fine. You can say today, but I don't want to ask the other level of government to help pay for it, even though that's been the deal since 2003 that they're supposed to be. No, I don't want to ask them. But then you better vote for a higher rate so we can actually get going on this. Or you have the third choice. I'm going to stand up and claim I want to be done by 2045, but really, I want to be done by 2095. And if you want to leave that for generations to come, go ahead, but I'm going to try and call you out on it. So you can vote against this today, I suppose, but let's come back in a month. If you don't want other levels of government to help with the CSO work, then we better fund the CSO work. That's really the debate. So maybe this is part one. But in any event, my thanks to Mr. Dryborough for coming up with a rather elegant compromise in terms of the 4 units as of right. And that, so I'm supporting of the amendment, and I'll be supporting the report as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So ultimately, this comes down to one thing. The federal government has put money on the table, potentially, that we can access. There are applications that have rules and conditions spelled out in the applications for the CHIF, the Canada Housing Infrastructure Funds, the 2 streams. Our staff has looked at the comprehensive work that is to be done, all projects, and brought forward their recommendation as to which projects we should apply for, projects that meet the criteria laid out in the application. The question is this: do we as a council want to risk not accessing that federal money? I, for one, will not do that, because then that lands on the backs of ratepayers. The staff was asked the question, and Councillor Duncan pointed it out. I'm looking now at the email that was sent to all councillors from Mr. Armbruster, our CAO, interim CAO. And the question that was asked: why is the Southwest Interceptor being proposed as the city's project under the direct stream? The answer: the Southwest Interceptor is being proposed as the project under the direct stream because it meets the program criteria of supporting new housing development and has already been approved by Council in the capital budget and 5-year capital forecast to be funded by retained earnings within the water and sewer utility. And if the city is successful in securing the federal funding for this project, it could help to reduce future sewer rate increases. The staff had a whole host of projects they could choose from for which they would apply to the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund direct stream. And they brought forward, in their professional experience and opinion, the Southwest Interceptor, because it meets the criteria. 2 of the criteria in the application: projects must be at least $1 million and should not exceed $100 million in total project eligible costs. And even the amending motion here projects a CSO project cost of $150 million, so far exceeding what could be approved within criteria. And it also, in the application terms and conditions, it says that, or criteria, applications should demonstrate a high level of project readiness. Projects must be substantially complete by 2031. Staff has indicated to me just recently here throughout the debate that the CSO project is about reducing sewer load in established neighborhoods, but isn't directly required to increase housing supply in that area, whereas the Southwest Interceptor directly does go towards new housing supply, and the motion itself indicates the CSO project exceeds the eligible costs as outlined in the criteria. It would be, frankly, a waste of ink to apply for this CSO project through the CHIF stream. The sewer rate report is coming. We all know it's coming. I know this. I know every member of council wants to do all we can to maintain affordability. Full stop. I don't think there's anyone here that wants to do anything other than help Winnipeggers, make sure we can do all we can to maintain affordability in light of this. On to the topic of frustration with the federal government. I will remind everybody that what this federal government has done right now, yes, rules and conditions on housing and getting money out the door through the Housing Accelerator Fund. Our city has grown by 71,000 people in the last 3 years, which is putting tremendous pressure on all aspects of our services, housing supply, water and sewer supply, all of that is under great pressure. But this federal government, like it or not, and I don't like certainly everything that has been done, has provided a Housing Accelerator Fund, Transit Fund, the CHIF Direct Stream, the CHIF Territorial Provincial Stream, all to try to help cities and municipalities build housing and businesses and continue to accommodate the needs that we have in our infrastructure. They put conditions on all of their funding, conditions that we don't love, conditions, frankly, we don't like. We heard some councillors say, really pushing back hard. Don't blame you. The Leader of the Opposition has said not only, if he gets to power, will he cancel the Housing Accelerator Fund and cancel both streams of CHIF and cancel the Transit Fund, but he'll put conditions on the very next thing we're about to vote on, the former gas tax, which really right now has very little conditions. We have a lot of autonomy as to how we allocate that gas tax. There was a private member's motion by Pierre Poilievre last year, or 2 years ago, in September of, I think it was 2023, that would put conditions on the municipalities getting the gas tax. Cancel all the other funds that are on the table right now and put conditions. The bottom line is, no matter apparently who's in power in Ottawa, there's conditions on our funding. Come back to this. Right now, we have the offer, potential offer, of $31 million for the Southwest Interceptor, if we can get it, and $150 million for biosolids on the North End Sewage Treatment Plant. To the councillor from Transcona's frustration with why are we building biosolids? Because, and I've got it open right now, the Save Lake Winnipeg Act says that's what we have to build. The Save Lake Winnipeg Act says nutrient removal must be achieved primarily by biological methods through application of the best available technologies. The use of chemical methods to remove nutrients must be minimized. That's right in the law. We're building the plant we're building because the law says we have to build it that way to comply with provincial regulations. So we're bound. We have an audit that has just been done on the Northwest plant that shows us the path forward, how we can do a better job in the future to make sure we've got the right size governance, a fit-for-purpose governance model, and we as a council are going to be implementing those recommendations. We're going to vote on something in just a few moments under Councillor Eadie's committee to make sure that we are implementing the recommendations of that audit, the first of some of the recommendations of that audit. What has happened, Council, is this, is that the North End Sewage Treatment Plant, the North End Water Pollution Control Center, the North End plant, is a project that has been talked about for years and years and years and years. And it's kind of like this council's been handed a grenade, the pin of which has been pulled. It's all coming down to us right now. We happen to be the council of the day. Time means everything, and here we are. Previous federal governments, provincial governments, many of the previous councils deferred, didn't make decisions on this, dragged their heels, and all of it now lands on us all at the same time. A growing city of 71,000 people growth in the last 3 years, the North End plant that has limited capacity, 4 to 6 years left, the desperate need to get that plant built, the CSO work that has to be done, the Southwest Interceptor, which is a backup pipe, by the way. Right now, don't forget, folks, we have a pipe, temporary pipe, running over a bridge in South Winnipeg. We've got to fund this pipe. We've got to fund this Southwest Interceptor. All of it is on us right now, but that's the burden of this day. That's the burden of this hour, and I'm calling us to do all we can to make sure we can access as much federal and provincial funding as possible. If I can get another minute.
Councillor Schreier moved extension. 1 minute. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
What does it say to our federal and provincial partners if today we monkey around with this application and risk losing the money that is being potentially put on the table for us. And then go to them tomorrow and say, oh, by the way, we messed up on that one, but could you give us more for the North End plant? Could you give us more for roads? Could you give us more for something else? They'd say, council, you blew it. Let's focus here today on what is before us. This is not a vote on this is not a vote on 4 units as of right. That's not what this vote is. This vote today is about 2 funding programs that have been put on the table. We've been invited to apply. The application has rules and conditions around it. Our staff has said these 2 projects meet the application rules and conditions. They give us the opportunity potentially to access federal funding. So to me, that's what we need to do. So I'm asking this to vote for the main motion, and I will not be supporting the amending motion. So I don't want to risk potentially not accessing federal funding.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, I'll call the question on amending motion 1. That was moved by Councillor Mays, seconded by Councillor Orlikow. All in favor of that motion, please rise.
Councillors Gilroy, Mays, Orlikow, Schreier, Wyatt.
Those opposed, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Lukes, Rollins, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 5, nays 9.
Okay, amending motion 1 is defeated, and now the main item. All in favor? Aye. Okay, all in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlikow, Rollins, Schreier, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillor Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 13, nays 1.
Item 2 passes. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 3, Municipal Canada Community Building Fund Agreement.
Thank you, and we do have an amending motion with this item, or a motion to refer, pardon me. Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm
Introduce the
just
item.
reading, sorry, just, I know the motion was just, the amended motion was distributed
Yes.
while we were debating
We'll have
the
an
last one,
opportunity
so-
to debate it right after it's introduced.
Okay.
If you can wait till then.
Okay, I'll speak to the amended motion then. I haven't even seen it. You've had a chance to read it. I'll speak to it in my close.
Okay.
Yes, what item 3 is really what I just actually referenced a moment ago, and that is the Municipal Canada Community Building Fund was formerly known as the gas tax, and we understand it as the gas tax. The requirements on that is that every 10 years, I believe, we are required to sign a new agreement with the in regards to that fund, and so it's time to sign that agreement. As I said a moment ago, what this is it's a fund from the federal government. It is a gas tax fund that is dispersed from the federal government to municipalities. The City of Winnipeg relies upon that funding for a lot of our capital projects, key capital projects. You will see within our capital budget, when it says funding sources on each budget page, you'll see from time to time, it'll say that the Municipal Canada Community Building Fund is a funding source within our capital program and our capital projects. It's a very, very important fund, and so to have a signed agreement on this is vital to make sure that those funds continue to flow to the City of Winnipeg so we can allocate them, use them, and invest them within our city.
Thank you. Just for process, so there's a clear understanding, Councillor Wyatt, it's motion to refer is what you have on the table? Yes. I'll get to that, yeah, with instructions. Councillor Schreier is the seconder, so your opportunity to speak, and then we'll have debate just on the referral motion, not the main item.
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam
Wyatt.
Speaker, for clarifying that. I would just like to say, Mr. Polyev, though it is predicted he may be the future Prime Minister, he's not the Prime Minister yet. And we don't know what's going to happen in the next number of months federally, but I think we should go on always attempting to get the best deal for the city, and that's why this motion is being moved, similar to the debate we just had. that the existing gas tax fund, as we know it, is a function of a number of things with regards to per capita, Manitoba's share overall, as a share of the national population, typically has not kept up. We've actually seen a decline, more people exiting the province in the last year or so than arriving, compared to other provinces like Alberta or Ontario, which means that our share of the entire gas tax fund as a province drops. But the other pressure on the gas tax fund, and I'm going to refer to it that, even though the federal government calls it something new, is the fact that we have inflation, as we all know, with regards to roads inflation and construction, that typically, at least in this city and province, and I think it's fair to say in most jurisdictions across the country, has exceeded the national inflation rate, which typically has, thankfully, been managed to be kept low, or at least recently brought down. And what does that mean, Madam Speaker? Similar to the example I just gave with regards to our overall percentage of the Canadian population, Manitoba's share of that slowly declining. Hopefully that changes in the future. This too, Madam Speaker, eats away at our ability to deliver projects. Why? Because at a 2% rate of indexing, the cost of inflation of actual construction, which is what this program is used for, drops in terms of real dollar value of what we can actually deliver. And why is this so important with regards to the gas tax fund? Because Council many years ago, and this Council continues the policy, has benchmarked so many public-private partnerships as a function of this value of this fund, which means that as the fund drops in overall value, so too is the pinch on our ability to do more P3s going forward until you retire a P3 after 25 or 30 years or whatever the case of the term may be. Now, what's being proposed here is unique, maybe something that hasn't been contemplated, but it's something that we should really be putting on the table. I would like to add, Madam Speaker, that it was this city, it was Mayor Norrie, who actually moved the motion in this council chamber that went on to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to call for gas tax funding to be back to the municipalities. We led the country. That became national policy. It took about 20, 25 years, but it actually happened. It started right here in Winnipeg. So it's very appropriate today that we therefore make a suggestion to take it back. And what better time now to take it back to a federal government that's on the eve of a potential election, that is a federal Liberal Party that is scrambling to find their new leader. And in fact, a leader who, by the way, in the event that it is the person they're predicting it may be who will be the leader of the Liberal Party, if anybody understands inflation and the impact on inflation on budgets, it's Mr. Carney, of all people. You know, former head of the Bank of Canada, appointed no less by Mr. Harper, a Conservative. So, you know, I think it's appropriate for us to also lead with regards to renegotiating the program. And yes, from the federal perspective, their concern is going to be that this is not just a Winnipeg negotiation. This will have national implications right across the country. Well, so be it. So be it. Municipalities of Winnipeg's feeling the pinch on construction and inflation, and every other municipality is feeling it as well, and their ratepayers. And what this would do, to the point, and this was the brilliance of Councillor Schreier, is to bring a national spotlight on the issue of road construction, that maybe it would actually have the effect that we would want, which is to bring down inflation in that industry to levels that are acceptable as they are in every other industry. Because so far, they don't seem to be concerned about that. I'm sure the construction industry would argue differently if they were here today, Mr. Lawrence and company, and I like Chris a lot. He's a great guy. But the reality is, it doesn't seem to be, when it comes to their actual policy and delivering their industry in terms of projects coming forward on an annual basis on the tenders they bid, it doesn't seem to be a high priority based on the inflation rates. And so, Madam Speaker, this would bring attention to the issue nationally. It would put pressure on the industry to find ways to bring down their costs so that they could deliver a more efficient product to their customers. And in this case, the customers across this country, municipal jurisdictions, the thousands that exist in this country, who on a regular basis annually tender out road and bridge construction. This would be a very positive, therefore, development. In fact, in the first few years, if this were to be amended as part of the program going forward, I would dare say that we would probably see road construction inflation brought down in line based on the fact that the pressure from the federal government would be so great. Nothing is assuming, by the way, Madam Speaker, this motion does not assume that this implies an increase in gas tax. The federal government could make up the difference out of their general revenues, which they have more than enough of. They seem to do that with the CPP and every other program, so why couldn't they do it with this? This would bring pressure on the industry to bring their costs down, but in the interim, it would ensure that municipalities like the City of Winnipeg are not seeing the value for money dropping every year as it has been since this program was created, thanks to Mayor Norrie moving that motion on the floor of council so many years ago that became FCM policy. That was finally adopted as a national program. So those are my thoughts behind the motion. I want to thank Councillor Schreier as the seconder and for being so consistent and correct and absolutely correct with regards to his consistency with regards to the issue of construction inflation, which, by the way, has eaten away at our capital budget. If you run the numbers, not millions, not tens of millions, but hundreds of millions of value out of our capital budget that we will never get again. What we can do about it, though, is going forward to address the issue so that it doesn't continue at the present rate. Because even at the 1% and 1% that we dedicate for local roads and regional roads, that too is falling behind with regards to the fact that construction inflation keeps eating away at that program as well. So just wanted to put this motion out there. I hope that a referral could be considered and voted on and supported. Give us a little bit more time. Take it back to the federal government. Debate, take it, say, you know, my council, I'm sorry, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm sorry, Mr. Minister, my council has pushed me on this. I got to take it back. Blame council and take it back and push the federal government to do better at a time when the clock is ticking down on their political lifetime. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, opportunity to debate the referral motion. Mr. Mayor?
Okay, do I get to?
It's an open debate, yes.
Okay, Councillor Eady wants to go then?
Councillor Eady?
Speak.
Just
speak
debate
to
on the
the-
referral motion only.
I'm standing to speak to the amending motion and
Yeah.
the,
Yes, so it's not an amending motion, it is a motion to refer.
Oh,
So it would be sending, as stated, maybe we should read this, actually, I'm going to ask
let
the clerk to read the referral motion into the record. Okay.
Moved by Councillor Wyatt, seconded by Councillor Schreier, whereas the National Gas Tax Fund in real dollars has been dropping in value due to construction inflation that is above typically the 2% for inflation now budgeted for in the existing program, and whereas construction inflation has consistently exceeded the inflation rate commonly referred to at 2%, and whereas the gas tax fund is used to fund infrastructure projects that have experienced inflation cost pressures annually that have been consistently above 2% inflation, therefore be it resolved, item 3 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee be referred back for the purpose of negotiating an annual indexing rate that reflects the actual national average of any given year of the inflation increase in road and bridge construction inflation for the renewed gas tax funding program, and that the said indexing shall be directly linked to the said national average increase in road and bridge construction inflation.
Thank you. Councillor, I think the mayor had his hand up first. Okay. Okay. Councillor Eady, or is it you, Mr. Mayor? Okay. Councillor Eady.
so it's fully debatable, this one?
This referral motion, yes,
So it's fully debatable?
that's
Okay.
right.
I'm just rising. I really, it's actually the part to refer is not good. I'm not sure why we don't have a separate motion that calls on the city of Winnipeg to work with AMM and FCM to lobby for that indexing that is actually, if it was indexed, is beneficial to everyone. So I don't know why we would refer back report item 3 when what they're proposing is going to take some time and should be handled differently. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to support referral. We want to make sure we get this signed, but Councillor Wyatt and Councillor Schreier are not wrong. As we know, the gas tax allocation to the Canada Community Building Fund, the 2% index does not keep up with the rising cost of inflation. So I think Councillor Eadie was right on the money, and that's what I just went over to talk to Councillor Wyatt about, is that I think perhaps the way we could get at this is to, if Mayor Norrie did, the council did it today, we use kind of the same mechanism where we as a council consider a motion. I think Councillor Wyatt will draft shortly that would be separate from this. That really calls upon AMM and FCM to lobby the federal government and the federal opposition as well to consider increasing the indexing beyond the 2%, that more accurately reflects the rising costs that we're facing in the city of Winnipeg. Because I just don't think that even negotiating with the federal government, I'm confident they would not provide a carve-out specifically on a national program. They wouldn't provide a carve-out for Winnipeg. It would be a difficult negotiation. But if we use the collective power of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and AMM to try to help the federal government understand the need that we have for something above 2% in the indexing, I think we'd have more likely to have success on that.
It's indicated, and of course, with the support of my seconder, I would be amenable to having the motion that were before us, rather than the sake of debating a motion.
Like to rescind it?
Well, I would suggest withdrawing, as long as the understanding is, and I take the mayor for his word, that it would be the same, be resolved, but you could build in whereas clauses leading up about the FCM and so on, and the mover being the mayor would be honorable. I know he wants me to move it, but I think it would be better if it was himself, and I would second that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
If Councillor Schreier is amenable to withdrawing the
Concurrence
motion.
of Councillor Schreier as the seconder.
Of discussion on this issue.
We'll go
if-
back
if-
to the discussion on the main item, but I see some collaboration on a different motion through FCM as we just heard.
On that basis, yeah, I do concur
As long as we can get it here this meeting.
Yeah, so you're in
Can we get it
concurrence
over
to
lunch?
rescind? I've got the chair, please. Thank you. All in favor of rescinding? Okay. Councillor Wyatt had motioned to you to rescind this motion.
I believe the staff are going to work on the motion over lunch, and we'll bring it up before the EPC items are dealt with, so that it would be part of that report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schreier in agreement to rescind this, but we'll still carry on in a different way.
On the comments that the mayor and Councillor Wyatt were allowed to say, yes.
Very good, thank you. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Now back to the main item. We'll go to speakers. Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Schreier. Do you wish to speak?
Sure.
We're speaking on the main.
Yes, but it is in relationship to the amendment. And of
That's
course,
fine.
the
Go
amendment
ahead.
is related to the motion, so I wouldn't assume that my comments would be out of order.
You're fine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just comments in terms of what his worship had said. Not necessarily, it is not in the wording. I made a point of stating that the amendment we had here, that Councillor Wyatt and I had constructed, I made a point to Councillor Wyatt that it does not state, in fact, an increase of the gas tax. I understand that his worship has just stated now that he would like to see an increase in the gas tax or whatever the term is. Hope we understand what we're all talking about here. My point, in order to second that a referral motion, was that it said that the gas tax would be geared to construction inflation. It does not say that it would be an increase. But let's face it, Madam Speaker, let's be realistic. Let's be upfront. Of course, the problem is because it has been. Construction inflation every single year in our adult life has been at a greater increase than the increase in the wages and salaries of the taxpayers that pay for construction, Madam Speaker. So when we have talked about here in terms of rising inflation, Madam Speaker, we have to be specific, because not everything rises at the same time, at the same rate. If it did, we wouldn't have inflation problems. So when we say the rising costs of inflation, Madam Speaker, that doesn't make sense to us. We can't work with that because we don't know what inflation we're talking about. We don't have a rising cost of inflation, everything being equal. So when we say rising inflation of what? In this case, I believe, because the mayor said rising cost of inflation. Well, not the rising cost of inflation of people's wages and salaries, essentially of middle-class, working-class people. No. We're talking about the rising cost of construction inflation, Madam Speaker. That's what we're referring to. Not the rising cost of inflation. The rising cost of construction inflation. Let's be clear. And if we're not clear about that, Madam Speaker, let's get a report on it so we all know what we're talking about. I've been asking for 8 years. And let's face it, before the end of this term, it's going to happen again. Hopefully this time we all get it. I think we're getting it, Madam Speaker. It's always been there, always the case, and it's getting worse every year. It doesn't increase at a rate of 2% or 3% or 4% or 5% more than the taxpayer's income every year, because it's not an arithmetic progression, Madam Speaker. It's a geometric progression. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse every year. Madam Speaker, I'll give you an example. This is what I mean. It's just one example. There's many ways to explain it, but here's one, because here's one some people understand in terms of when you go from the base good of something and then it becomes wholesale than retail. And in 2 steps, the cost might increase by 40%. 40% to wholesale and then another 40% to retail. Is that an increase of 80%, Madam Speaker? No. That's an increase of about 100%. That's a doubling of the price. You increase something by 40%, and then you increase that by 40%. That's a doubling from the original cost. That's a 100% increase. So, Madam Speaker, it's just an indication of how geometric progressions work when it comes to inflation. That's just a really simple one, Madam Speaker. But when you take the difference between the inflation of taxpayers' income, and you compare that over years to the rate of construction costs that taxpayers have to pay for, if the rate of inflation is double that, something like that, let's say people's income increases at 2% a year, and construction inflation is at around 5% a year, Madam Speaker. It's not a difference of 3% a year, Madam Speaker. After a decade or two, we're talking about, well, after, Madam Speaker, after, 30, 40 years, we're talking about something that is in the magnitude of 10 times the increase. And that's what I'm talking about, Madam Speaker. I've been told in this room that my statistics are completely inaccurate. And I've stated, I offer this yet again, Madam Speaker, that if my statistics are completely inaccurate, and they're not mine, they come from Statistics Canada and the Bank of Canada, but then I'll resign, or I just won't run again, because I don't belong here if I'm wrong about construction inflation. I don't belong in this council chamber. But, Madam Speaker, I got to say, I'll say it again, in the same speech in which I was told my statistics were completely inaccurate, we were being asked for a new stream, we were being asked to ask for a new stream of revenue to sustain the city's construction industry, our construction budget, to ask for more money from the province and or the federal government. Madam Speaker, I was saying 10 years ago that our construction budget is unsustainable. So how could it be, if my statistics are completely inaccurate, that my prediction has come true in that very speech? Because Chris Lorentz asked for a new stream of funding in order to sustain the city's construction budget. That's what I was talking about. So how could I be completely right and completely wrong at the same time. Madam Speaker, you know, we can be out, we all disagree on certain things, and we're out by different perceptions of margins. Really, it depends on where you get your statistics as well, Madam Speaker. And when people can correct me, Madam Speaker, I said on the issues of the city budget, when I'm inaccurate, and I can be shown how I'm inaccurate, I will publicly thank them. If I'm completely inaccurate, I'll resign. Anyway, Madam Speaker, let's get it straight in terms of what inflation we're talking about. If all inflation was equal, we would have no inflation. Madam Speaker, inflation merely means the difference between the cost of something and our ability to pay for it. That's what we're talking about. So let's not talk about the rising cost of inflation. Let's not use that term. It doesn't make sense. We can't understand that because it's not the reality of it, Madam Speaker. Inflation means when something goes up higher than your ability to pay for it. That's inflation. That's relative. It's relative inflation. In fact, that's what inflation is. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, we're just talking. Thank you. Merci, miigwech.
Thank you. Any further speakers? No further speakers? Okay. Mr. Mayor, to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good discussion, and I think, as I said, separate from this, we're working on another motion that's kind of related to that, but it's just being drafted right now. So with that, though, I'll call the question on this, item number 3, which is really to enter into a new agreement so that the federal funding to the City of Winnipeg continues to flow. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. We'll now recess and reconvene at 1:30 sharp. Okay. Okay, some folks are asking for 1 o'clock, okay? Okay. 1:15, okay, can we compromise? 1:15. Thank you to Joanne Kelly once again, instructor in her class, for sticking with us and being here all morning. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of February 27th, 2025. Afternoon session of this council meeting, and I'd like to welcome back Joanne Kelly, instructor for journalism students, Red River College, who are once again joining us. They were with us all morning, eagerly awaiting exciting debate. We are on the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated February 27th. Madam Clerk.
Item 8, subdivision and rezoning, 22 Granite Way, DAS SED 46 of 2024.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to wait for my colleagues on this one. I'm sure there'll be lots of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was the one who stood this down, so thank you. I was part of the hearing body that heard this matter, and I just want to put my comments on the record briefly. I think it's fair to say that we all want to see affordable housing. Wherever possible. The concern that I had was how, I guess, a not-for-profit organization that has had a long history in our city have done an amazing job operating, coming back from the pandemic, where they dropped down to as low as 800 members. They got themselves up to about 1,200, 1,400 members again post-pandemic. A lot of not-for-profit groups, especially recreational groups, service clubs, never came back after the pandemic. They have, and knowing how we underfund recreation in our city, we need all the help we can get when it comes for not-for-profits operating rec facilities in our city. And yes, the City of Winnipeg does technically own the facility and the land, known as the parking lot on the western side of the building. That is the subject of this matter. It's my belief that, we do want an ideal society where we don't necessarily have to drive the car, but the reality is we don't have that right now. And if you take away an organization's parking, especially a not-for-profit that's trying to keep themselves alive by attracting people to come use their facility, I think it has a big impact on them. I was happy to see the EPC amendment that was made. But I'm still concerned that this is a matter, I felt that it should have been, the onus should have been on the other foot. It should have been on the proposal, the proponents, to find solutions to the parking issue versus making the Granite Curling Club and all their volunteers, and they're all volunteers, to have to scramble to try to address this. And it might be just as simple as somebody like the mayor picking up the phone and calling up Canada Life Executive CEO and saying, hey, we need to use your parking in the evenings and weekends when you're really not using it. And yeah, they'll sign a cross-liability policy for their insurance policy if that's the issue that you have, concerned about somebody slipping and falling in your parking lot or what have you. But the concern I have, Madam Speaker, is that we really have taken an organization for granted that I don't think we should. They've done amazing work. They continue to do. And, curling, whether you're a curler or not, Manitoba is known for being kind of the curling central of the world, so to speak. And again, I guess we get to take that sport for granted too. I just think there could have been a more a cooperative way of approaching it. I heard a lot during the hearing. I heard a lot of hubris and kind of arrogance coming out of the proponents that I didn't really appreciate. I felt, they had the sense that they had the bit between the knees.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, we are not supposed to be impugning the motives or the character. In this case, Madam Speaker, the applicant was the City of Winnipeg, our very own staff. And so I'd like him to retract his statements, Madam Speaker, if you can convince him to do that and upstand and make sure that we're
Thank
acting
you,
with
Councillor
decorum.
Owens. Thank you. If you could
Fair enough, Madam Speaker, I retract my last statement.
rephrase that and retract.
But
Thank you.
I can tell you that, let's put it this way, I wish there would have been greater cooperation, and I still think that even at this point, it's still possible. Hopefully with the amendment coming forward, that could address that. But the EPC amendment that was made at EPC. But I do believe that it does put the curling club really in a position of scrambling to address their ongoing viability. And keep in mind, Madam Speaker, the practice that we've had with regards to real estate in the city. Typically, what we've done in the past is an organization who has had a long-term lease and use of land is usually given the first right of refusal to either extend the lease or purchase the land. That was not done in this situation for some reason. And we did, as a council, did not, and it was learned during the hearing, that somehow staff were directed to begin the ball rolling on this process in the summer of last year when council did not give the authority to the public service to sole source until September, at the end of September of 2024. And yet the architect was already hired by the University of Winnipeg CRC. In the summer, when I asked the question, that was freely given in the meeting of the proponent. Meetings were already underway in the summer. And we have had now, I don't want to say how many real estate audits, that have strongly said, thou shalt not do that. Sole sourcing, you have to allow for there to be a public bid process, and there are occasions. The early audit back in 2000, 2001, done then implemented by Mayor Glenn Murray. There are occasions where we may wish.
This is whispering and breathless. The city was the applicant. So when we are saying that there's smoke and there's mirrors, we're whispering and we're breathless, Madam Speaker. What the councillor is not considering is the council votes that led the public service
That's not a point of
to
order.
do the council things. And by saying that
Councillor
we're
Owens, thank you.
contrary to audits, doing things illegally, who is the applicant, Madam Speaker? It was the city of Winnipeg.
And it's
you,
the city of
Councillor Owens.
Winnipeg who should follow the rules more than anybody else. And they should actually lead by example. I've read the audits. I was here when the audits were done. I came here right after that audit was done by Glenn Murray, and it was specifically given to me by then Ray Clausen, the head of the real estate division, You have to read these recommendations, Council, and you got to know them by heart. And I had them on my poster board for the longest time in my office. And there, to my point before I was interrupted, was that you can sole source if there is a greater good, but it has to be declared in advance by council. We did not do that, from what I can see, that, and maybe I'm wrong, and somebody can point that out, I'd be more than happy to say that I was wrong. We did not delegate authority to the public service to do anything on this property in terms of, not just this property, but anything regarding the HA up until September of last year. But the staff were acting before that. Now, maybe there's some other clause that can be pointed to in some previous report that gave them the authority, then wonderful. Show that to me where it specifically gave them authority to do this on this property. But, Madam Speaker, right now, I have great concerns about that. And the Granite Curling Club, great organization, does wonderful work in the city, amazing what they do with getting young people involved in anything else. And yet, they're going to be left scrambling here, affecting their future, and I hope the housing project goes ahead, but I can't support it as it stands right now, and I didn't support it in the committee because I just felt that the Curling Club deserved great respect for everything that they've done in our city, continue to do, in keeping a facility going, a rec facility, vibrant, centrally located, so all people from all parts of Winnipeg can potentially go and enjoy that facility and use it. And but that will be made all the more harder with the loss of a massive loss to their parking lot, their parking amenity, and the amount of parking stalls that they are losing now. So those are my comments, Madam Speaker. I really wish, again, I want to thank EPC for the amendment. I hope that that is done in cooperation with the club and coming back with a parking plan. But I hope it's also done well in advance of the construction on that parking lot, which will see their parking completely removed from that site. And really, I think it's in our best interest to do that because from what I'm hearing in the chamber on the earlier matters is that we're not sure what could happen with the HAF, and in the event the new party comes into power, and in the event it is Poilievre, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Extension?
Extension.
Do you need one?
Yes.
Extension.
1 minute?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
2 minute
minutes, yeah.
extension.
Thank you.
Councillor Schreier moves. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
In the event that, and I don't recall a federal government going back, I know that they can announce, a stoppage of funds going forward,
Okay.
but for a federal government future federal government coming in and then canceling and annulling previous funding that was already been announced, very rare. I don't recall that happening, but they're saying that potentially that could happen with a new federal conservative government. But even having said that, if that is the case, we do know it's in our best interest to work with the Curling Club to avoid them filing an appeal to the municipal board, which therefore could take months and impact the funding if in the event that it's true in terms of what a future conservative government would do with this funding. So either way, not knowing that, it's in our best interest to work with them to find a resolution to that, and I was happy to see that amendment moved at the Executive Policy Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins?
I stand and will be calling for a recorded vote to signal to the community that, yes, Council is serious about housing. I do appreciate the work of Executive Policy Committee. I don't appreciate the work that came out of P&D because here's why. And it's in the report, Madam Speaker, on Council directions to the public service that this aligns with, i.e. Complete Communities, Directions Strategy 2.0, General Growth. Setting an intensification target, Madam Speaker, that's 2.1 of community's direction. 2.2 is aiming to establish a minimum of 350 new dwelling units per year in the downtown, something I appreciate as the local councillor, one of 3 for the downtown. Goal 2, reinforcing downtown as the primary focus, Madam Speaker. Facilitating the redevelopment of vacant or underutilized properties, such as surface parking lots, Madam Speaker. I remember voting on that. I remember voting on that last term to support increased residential and mixed-use development when servicing allows to achieve sustainable, inclusive, and a vibrant downtown. Goal number 4, ensuring land use decisions reduce the impact of automobile use and enhance the pedestrian experience. Strategic surface parking, Madam Speaker, 4.1, reducing the number of surface parking lots in the downtown and discouraging the creation and expansion of standalone surface parking lots. Center plan, Madam Speaker, another policy I voted on, and as did many of my fellow councillors, wanting to explore the feasibility of redeveloping surface parking next to the Granite Curling Club to include both market and non-market housing that supports club operations and/or building maintenance. I could go on, Madam Speaker, of the many policy goals that this supports, but in the main, it is the opportunity to build affordable and deeply affordable units that was at issue when council voted practically unanimously, save for one, to move a variety of properties, and we have another on the agenda today. But Madam Speaker, time is of the essence when we moved that property out the door. And you know what I'm particularly proud of is the design that the City of Winnipeg bought when they engaged UWCRC, a not-for-profit, Madam Speaker, and here's why. A very best practice, of course, if you can't make it fast, right? But the very best practice when moving housing out the door is to replicate a design you know that works. And on Colony is the building that will, I pray, stand in the granite. On Colony right now, housing people is the exact model that we are engaged in building. And no short of former Mayor Don Iveson, the patriot, saint of housing in Canada, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities guru, who helped the federal government see the light that moving housing dollars to cities like ours can help with the solution and help house people, Madam Speaker. And he, along with Lisa Raitt, have identified replicating buildings. The intent here is to replicate that building right on that site. That, Madam Speaker, is a best practice, and that, when I was chair of housing, was on my list to complete. So holy cow, I hope it's unanimous today. I hope that everyone has fidelity to their vote that moved all these properties out when, in the summer, Madam Speaker, and then directed the public service to do what? Create housing, Madam Speaker. And if you are concerned about the Granite, boy, do I have good news. At the same time, I was meeting with them and said, curlers are housing advocates too, and I think many of you got those emails that really underlined that that was true. What you don't know is I was working with the Granite as local councillor to do what? To absolutely safeguard their parking. Why? Because portions of the board, not the portions that came to you to complain about this housing project, to you know, maybe decide that they might be housing entrepreneurs, maybe decide that they want 1.2 million in a PowerPoint deck that they had given me. It was sucking and blowing, Madam Speaker. But portions of their board were trying to draw down the Everest Curling Championship, and I think there is good news coming that this is going to be a sporting season. So, Madam Speaker, sometimes both things are true. Sometimes a board or a council has voices from opposing sides, and one piece of the board is drawing down work. Absolutely, if you draw down a national event like the Everest Curling Championship, guess what you're doing? You've got not only beds and heads, but you have a parking plan, Madam Speaker, and that's something that I committed to working them with. So if you are worried, don't worry. And I will absolutely invite every member of council to, you know, come celebrate that curling championship when we draw it down. But what I really want, though, is for every member of council to really get behind what we said we were going to do not so many months ago in providing city land for city housing, and you will all be proud that we're also crushing some other goals like replicating a design That speeds things up because it's ready-made, and that's what this is, Madam Speaker. So I really hope that without, more ad hominem tax to our public service, or the designer in this case, that we can get this done. I am alert to the sensitivities as a local councillor, I really am. I supported them when they wanted to move the beer can onto what? Their parking lot. Why? To get some revenue. That isn't going anywhere either. So, leave it to the local councillor. That's what I did when I was Chair of Property and Development, and I spoke to Madam Speaker, both Councillor Wyatt, who didn't want a property on for affordable housing, and Councillor Schreier, who had questions, and other councillors that may have questions. We have another one here. And I just ask Council that if you are serious, please understand that the city is then going to go and do what we said, move it out for affordable housing. We vote on another piece of property today. But Madam Speaker, time is of the essence, as the Mayor said, on some of this. That is actually true. So we need a unanimous vote because money and housing units are at stake. So please let it be unanimous. I call for a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Mays.
As I was waiting several hours to speak very briefly about the Canoe Club item, because I was the first in line to be a delegate, but first we had to do the 8-hour hearing. There was discussion at that point, 8 or 9 hours in, of the 10 hours, thank you, I'm corrected by Councillor Duncan, who was there. In any event, a couple of words in praise of Councillor Duncan. He had put forward the amendment that didn't succeed at committee. It did succeed at EPC. It's paragraph number 4, try and work out a parking plan. So I've heard from all sides on this issue, including people who are curlers of the Granite who favored doing some housing, which I thought was a kind of courageous stance for some of those folks to take and to get in touch with me. So I do want a few words in praise of Councillor Duncan for coming up with that idea of let's at least try and work out a parking plan, and that will hopefully address some of the concerns. But with those comments, I'll be supporting the recommendation made by EPC.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few things to say. This came to the Standing Committee of Property Planning and Development, of which I'm a member. We deliberated for a long time. There was a lot to discuss. We have a conflict of priorities here for our city on this one. One is affordable housing. To me, if I'm going to be serious about affordable housing, as serious as we have been in this province in the past, the statistics are there to tell us. We're not talking about deeply affordable housing. We're talking essentially about taking the edge off. And it's going to be temporary. Madam Speaker, I've been predicting, and we talked about inflation for a long time. We haven't been serious in this council about explaining to the public, to the taxpayer, to our citizens, what is going to happen, how it's getting worse, and why. We don't talk about that. And if we don't talk about it, whose job is it to talk about it? Meanwhile, we're taxing people to subsidize the cost of housing. We're not dealing with the cost of housing. We're not explaining it. We're not trying to solve it. We're just trying to take the edge off temporarily by deregulating, taking the power away from councillors to make housing a little cheaper for a while. That's all I know, and that's all we know, unless you can read the future. But I have been made predictions on this kind of stuff, Madam Speaker, that have come true, because it's kind of simple math in some respects. One, you have to accept the fact we're not doing anything about housing inflation. Therefore, we subsidize it for a little while. Two, we know that it's only going to get worse at this rate. Three, this isn't nearly as affordable as it used to be. And if you're serious about housing, you should be able to say that to everybody every day. If you care about housing and affordable housing and deeply affordable housing, Madam Speaker, we're not doing what we used to be able to do. Why not? That's the question we have to ask if we care about housing, including into the future, affordable housing. It's getting worse and worse for everybody, and this is going to take the edge off for a few people for a little while. That's all we know. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, we have a conflict of interests of our own City Hall because we believe in economic development. We even have an economic development in Winnipeg. We have this thing called Tourism Winnipeg, which tries to help us with our economic development because, as we all know, you have to have an economic driver to your social services. And tourism is an economic driver. Now, it happens to be, Madam Speaker, we all know Winnipeg isn't the greatest tourism destination. But we do know something. We know curling is primarily a Canadian sport. It's an international sport, but we kind of dominate it. Happens to be traditionally a Western Canadian sport, starting at Lake Superior. It's a Western Canadian sport, starting from Thunder Bay, essentially to Banff kind of thing. That's the heart of international curling. Some say Thunder Bay is the capital of curling, but do they have as many curling rinks as we do? No, they don't. So essentially, Winnipeg is the curling capital of the world. Yeah.
Item number 8, subdivision and rezoning of 22 Granite Way.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where the councilor's going with this.
I did hear
Subdivision and
curling, so
rezone.
we'll continue.
Subdivision.
Yeah, this is my problem, Madam Speaker.
We talked about it for 10 hours, and through those 10 hours, it was repeated multiple times. This is a subdivision and rezoning.
Yeah.
Not a look back in history about what happened with curling in Canada. Thank you.
No, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the future. If Winnipeg is the curling capital, we're talking about tourism. And tourism is economic development. And who are we to deny that we're not a great tourism capital? But when we're the capital of a sport,
Okay.
I
Thank
think
you,
we
Councillor
should recognize
Schreier.
that.
Your point's been made. Anything more on the subdivision
Fair enough,
and
Madam
rezoning?
Speaker. We're putting in jeopardy what could be the most because this is, Madam Speaker, we have to understand the zoning here we're talking about. We're talking about the Granite Curling Club, which is the oldest curling club in Western Canada. In the curling capital of the world, in Winnipeg, and it's the middle of the city, right next to the legislature, right next to Osborne Village, walking distance from the Forks and from Portage Avenue. And the reality is, we're not in a position to disregard when we have a tourism advantage, when we happen to be the capital of a world sport. And Madam Speaker, given this one in the middle of the city that's still existing, the oldest one in Western Canada, already given a historical designation, not my opinion, it already has an official historical designation. When we forego the ability for people to go to the Granite Curling Club, I'm saying it might be the most important curling club in the world. And as if we are in a position to just forget about that. Tourism in Winnipeg doesn't mean anything. We can forego that. We've got so much tourism going on, we can just forget about the fact that this is a tourism destination, and we could do more. We can do better by promoting Winnipeg tourism, by promoting the Forks, skating in the wintertime, but foregoing at the other end, by Osborne Village where the skating ends, the fact that this is arguably the most important curling club in the world, and so we don't need the tourism in Winnipeg. Well, tourism, Madam Speaker, and economic development is what feeds our ability to pay for what we want, such as our goals for affordable housing, Madam Speaker. So at this point, I know the meeting was important because from that, we got, at least to some people's satisfaction, this new motion saying that prior to the issuance of the development permit, the public service be directed to work with the proponent of the Granite Curling Club to develop an adequate parking plan in order to support the operational sustainability of the club to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works and the Director of Planning, Property and Development. Madam Speaker, that's all very well. And I know why we did that. It was because of the pressure that we put on at the meeting. So the meeting resonated. The thing is, Madam Speaker, you would have thought that what we just said would have already happened. They already had a parking plan. So now they're going to go ahead and have a better parking plan. I hope that was the point of that meeting, Madam Speaker, not to jeopardize the future tourism of the city, as if we can afford to do that, Madam Speaker. And to say it's at the cost of affordable housing, I've been saying that for 10 years. Now we're putting our economic development, which is what makes us able to pay for affordable housing, to subsidize affordable housing, putting that in jeopardy, Madam Speaker. We're talking about the long-term future of a sport that's not going away. You know, on Valentine's Day, my son and I visited the Granite Curling Club, and most of the curlers were under 30. It was a wonderful thing to see. We're talking about the future, Madam Speaker. We're talking about economic development, and why would we deny that? Why would we deny that of ourselves? Why do we pay tribute to economic development Winnipeg and tourism Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Councillor Schreier.
Are we talking about the subdivision and the rezoning?
Such as Councillor Rowland's speech.
Yeah,
I think my speech is
second.
very parallel to
It
hers.
is related, but you've made your point. Thank you.
Mine is about sacrificing the ability to pay for housing. And who are we to do that? How can you talk about housing, but you can't talk about economic development and sacrificing economic development in the city, Madam Speaker? Well, I always talk about housing. I talk about the affordability of food, housing, and
Councillor
our
Schreier,
taxes
thank you.
every meeting.
The two were related. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Moving on to the next speaker, Councillor Duncan, on the subdivision and rezoning.
Yeah, I would love to. So subdivision rezoning, this is for those of you that are cheering on at home. This is a parking lot that's beside the Granite Curling Club. A great opportunity. I won't get into great detail. Councillor Rollins, the area councillor, the former chair, explained it perfectly. We're going to develop a parking lot, hopefully. We don't know what's going on there. A group came forward and said, here's the possibility to have affordable and deeply affordable housing on that lot. So the question before us today, Madam Speaker, is does the council want affordable and deeply affordable units or not? And with that, you know, we heard from delegation after delegation after delegation, 10 hours worth, believe it or not. And we came up with bullet point number 4, that prior to the issuance of a development permit, the public service will be directed to work with the proponent and the Granite Curling Club to develop an adequate parking plan in order to support the operational sustainability of the club to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works and the Director of Property Planning and Development. Everyone around the table, including all the public servants, said that it is the utmost importance to maintain sustainability of the Granite Curling Club. Apparently it's a hotbed for economic development now. That's great news. So it's going to keep going in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'll be glad to. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Let's respect others' speaking time, everyone. Next speaker, seeing none. Mr. Mayor, to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, I'll just maybe hit a couple of highlights. I thought, yes, Councillor Rollins did an excellent job of explaining what this is. I completely support the way she's explained it, and Councillor Duncan as well. I want to thank both of them for the way they've articulated what this is and the opportunity that is before us. It's also a reminder tucked within this report, what this is about. This is not a vote about parking. This is a vote about housing, much needed housing, and that's what the subdivision is and rezoning will permit. And I also take us to the report here at the background section of the report. It talks about the fact that out of the Housing Accelerator Fund, one of the things that key actions we committed to was the creation of a land enhancement office. I want to take a moment just to acknowledge and the good work of the Land Enhancement Office team that is pulling together, identifying and pulling together lands that could be made available for housing, and whether it's at market, affordable, deeply affordable, even rent geared to income. So I want to just acknowledge their very hard work that they are doing and the good work they're doing. As someone had mentioned, coming up pretty soon, we've got another report we're going to be voting on related to Pacific Avenue, a piece of property on Pacific Avenue. In that report, you'll see 7 pieces of property that have been identified that we voted on previously. All that to say, this is some of the work done, funded by the Housing Accelerator Fund, that is providing for us in the city what is most needed at this moment, and that is housing. And so, again, with thanks to all involved in getting this report prepared, I ask that we vote, I ask for unanimous vote in favor of what is before us. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor of item 8, call for recorded vote. Please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Schreier and Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 11, nays 2.
Item 8 passes. Okay, next we have a, yes,
May, since I was interrupted while talking with this, I want to make the point that when I do see that has been some compromise and some allowance for the fact that we need to sustain this place, which may be the case, and I take credit for that from the meeting, I will gladly support the result of that. Thank you.
Councillor Schreier, sorry.
Well, we don't
did
know
you-
what the result is yet. We say that it's going to be to the satisfaction of the director. We already did that.
Okay.
When I see the result, if it's good, then I'll support it.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe there'll be another vote on that, but thank you for the comment. We have a notice of motion under this committee, motion 2, which is moved by the mayor and seconded by Councillor Eady. This is a notice of motion. It's regarding our welcoming Winnipeg policy. The motion will be debated at next month's council meeting, and there's a lot of detail here, so please take the time to review it. It's important. Okay, we'll move on to bylaws. Oh, we have more motions, yes. Motion 6. That's been moved by Councillor Mayor Gillingham, seconded by Councillor Wyatt. It's regarding the gas tax funds and the need for increase in gas tax funds. That will be automatic referral to the Executive Policy Committee. Next is motion 7. Is moved by Councillor May, seconded by Councillor Wyatt. Yes.
With motion 3 and motion 6, is motion 3 still valid? It was withdrawn? Okay.
Yes,
Gonna
that
stick
was
with it.
rescinded earlier. Thank you. Motion 7, moved by Councillor May, seconded by Councillor Wyatt, regarding the Housing Accelerator fourplex and 4 stories debate. This is a notice of motion. Will be on next month's council agenda for debate. Thank you. Okay. Any others, Mr. Clerk? Not at this time. Thank you. Move into bylaws for first reading only. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that bylaw number 18, 2025 be read a first time.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 18 of 2025.
Mr. Mayor, for second and third readings.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bylaws be read a second time. Bylaw number 126, 2022, bylaw number 89, 2023, bylaw number 73, 2024, bylaw number 18, 2024.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 126 of 2022, bylaw number 89 of 2023, bylaw number 73 of 2024, bylaw number 118 of 2024.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, next section.
I move that bylaws number 126, 2022, 89, 2023, 73, 2024, and 18, 2024 be read a third time, and that the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Mr. Mayor, next section, all 3 readings.
Okay, I move the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 15, 2025, bylaw number 16, 2025, bylaw number 23, 2025, bylaw number 24, 2025.
All in favor?
16, 2025.
Thank you. Contrary, that's carried. Noted Councillor Wyatt in opposition of 16.
Bylaw number 15 of 2025, bylaw number 16 of 2025, bylaw number 23 of 2025, bylaw number 24 of 2025.
Mr. Mayor,
I move that bylaws number 15, 2025, 16, 2025, 23, 2025, and 2024, 25 be read a second time.
all in favor?
Aye.
Bylaw number 16.
Contrary, that's carried. We note Councillor Wyatt's opposition of one of them,
Bylaws number
16.
Bylaws number 15 of 2025, 16 of 2025, 23 of 2025, and 24 of 2025.
Mr. Mayor,
I move that the rule be suspended and bylaws number 15, 2025, 16, 2025, 23, 2025, and 2024, 2025 be read a third time, and that the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
all in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. And that's noted for you, Councillor Wyatt. We'll now move on to question period. Councillor Mays, question period for the mayor.
Thank you. I was pleased to hear the mayor remind Councillor Wyatt that there is a provincial requirement to be done on the biosolids. I would, however, ask, as we head into the debate about water and sewer rates, as we head into the accompanying debate about the water and sewer dividend that we've been taking noting that we've had the highest property tax increase in some decades, so not everything is about affordability. We've been able to come up with a property tax increase greater than what we've had before. But my question then is, acknowledging that the province is requiring us to do biosolids, Mayor would also be aware, I take it, that the City of Winnipeg shall implement the CSO Master Plan for Control Option Number 1 by December 31st, 2045. Is the written instruction the requirement from the provincial government pursuant to the Environment Act? So just as we have a requirement to do the biosolids, we also have a requirement to get the $1 billion CSO work done by December 31st, 2045.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the council for his question. I certainly do acknowledge that. I appreciate him pointing that out again.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
As one drifts through the CSO documents, one comes across a number of things, including the city was to have done its first 5-year water quality report by December 31st, 2024. I'm advised by Mr. Shanks, who is remarkably good at returning calls and emails. Mr. Shanks says that report is done. It just hasn't been made available to the council or the public. Could the mayor undertake to, at the earliest convenience, have the civil service disclose to the council and or the council and the public the first water quality report, 5-year report that was duly submitted as per the deadline of December 31st, 2024? River water quality report,
Thank
I
you.
should say.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank the councillor for the question and thank him for clarifying river quality report. I will certainly work with Councillor Eadie, the chair of the committee, to see where that's at. I have not seen that report, but we'll certainly look into it.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
The mayor and his staff have indicated in the media that the public will have roughly 75 to 77 days for input on the fourplex plan once it is presented on March 19th. March 17th, actually, that gets you to the days. That only gets you to the days if indeed the hearing is in early June. Certainly there's been some movement by city staff and at least one member of EPC to try and move that earlier, which would mean we wouldn't have the 77 days for public input. Can the mayor reassure us that the efforts are being made to actually schedule the week or more long hearing on fourplexes and 4 stories, that's being scheduled for early June in order to live up to the idea that there will be a 75, 77-day period for input after this document's made public in mid-March?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, council made a decision, voted to move that hearing to the June timeline. There's been no change. There's been no motion to move it back or move it up from that June timeline. The discussion that I've overheard, or in general, has been that staff is working to schedule the hearing in accordance with that council direction. And yes, there'll be at least 75 to 77 days between what our staff is proposing will be the timeline that they kind of release the information and invite members of the public to provide feedback, get their questions answered. And so 77 days, I think, is a good amount of time that the information can certainly flow back and forth before the hearing, which is still set for June.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Gilroy, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you, Madam Speaker. Can the mayor tell us, it's been a couple of months now since we heard that we did have somebody chosen for the chief of police. Now it's been a couple of months. We still haven't heard. We're still in lingo on what's going on with the chief of police. And can the mayor provide us some updates on that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That information is for the police board to ultimately respond to and reveal. I think we do know, because we've said this before, it's been quite public, that the police board has, I'm just reiterating what the chair has said before, and we know the police board is going through a process to hire the next chief of police. In that process, the board is taking things very, very seriously to make sure all is done accordingly and that the process is thorough. And when the police board is ultimately ready to make an announcement, the board will make an announcement led by our chair, Councillor Marcus Chambers.
Thank you. Councillor Gilroy, second question.
Yes. Would the mayor commit on providing us a seminar on this issue, I think it's really important that we as councillors are hearing what's going on. I do think that we are owed some explanations on some things here. It's not just about an HR matter. We've had lots of issues in the past, Madam Speaker, where we have had seminars that had to deal with HR matters, but I think that as citizens of Winnipeg, the councillors should be aware of what's going on with the hiring of our chief of police. And I think it's just an update, and there is some information that, you know, that maybe the mayor and does not want to share, but there is information
Thank you.
that
The
we should
question's
know.
been asked. Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, first and foremost, as I said, when the police board, I think, is ready to make an announcement or has an announcement to make, the board will make that announcement. I think at that time, if there's other questions that councillors have, they can direct them to our chair, Councillor Chambers, for information. I'm not recalling, maybe there is, I'm not recalling a time in my 10 years where in the midst of or during a hiring process, there was a council seminar. There is an HR process. It's the hiring process. Like I said, when the board is ready to make an announcement, they'll make the announcement. If there's follow-up questions any councillor has, then they can be directed to Councillor Chambers at that time.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise, just concerned about the city finances. Councillor Bawadi's not here today, so I want to direct my question through the mayor. We now know the latest estimate on the Chief Peguis Trail extension is now as high as over $900 million, including the interest charges, minus the $600 million approximately we're getting from the federal and provincial governments on the treatment plant. We're up to $2.2 billion there. Knowing the future cost of the widening of Kenaston Boulevard, the New Arlington Bridge, the South End Recplex, the east of the Red Recplex, not to mention other capital projects that we have, or others that have been deferred, like the Louise Bridge. Is there any planning outside of the traditional budget process, which tends to leave things without much policy thought in terms of looking at other options? Is there any planning initiative underway or being contemplated to better position the city with options to fund these various projects in light of the escalating construction costs and the reliance that we seem to be growing on in terms of financing these projects through debt alone?
Mr. Mayor?
I want to thank the council for the question. Yeah, first of all, the report that will come to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, Councillor Lukes' committee that will be discussed and debated and ultimately make its way to council, does show the updated cost of the Chief Peguis Trail extension. And Councillor's right, it's over $700 million and then if you add in the debt servicing costs with that, that's if the city were to go it alone. There was never, I don't think, any intention, it's not my intention that the city would be in a position to ever go it alone because the case within that report shows that there is a benefit, a net benefit, certainly to the city of Winnipeg over, I know it's not before us, but I'll answer the question. A net benefit to the city of Winnipeg over 75 years, but the federal and provincial governments stand to significantly benefit. All that to say, to move that project ahead would require federal and provincial participation. How it's financed, whether it's a B3 model or some other model, when we get to that point, I'm very open to, as one member of council and the mayor, open to looking at options to do this project and frankly other projects as well. And so I thank the councillor for his question.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, right. And the reason I asked the question is because I realize that there is provincial and federal, and I thank the mayor for his response and enlightening the council chamber that we hopefully will get funding for those projects from the other two levels of government. I guess the challenge we're going to have going forward is just our ability, and not to mention the existing infrastructure that we also have to deal with, that we do have funding for thanks to the one-on-one with the local street renewal and the regional street renewal. But even that, as I said earlier, we're falling behind the 8 ball on that one. Has there been any thought to what councils used to do in the past, which was, rather than kicking the ball down the road, what they would do, for example, and I'll give you an example just quickly, was when council knew that it had to build a water treatment facility because of changing legislation in regards to drinking water, which is built in the arm of Springfield. Councils in the past would create a reserve fund. And the reserve fund would be where monies, starting now, in property tax increases typically, because that's what we're relying on, would be earmarked towards setting aside and seeding the reserve fund that would then be used to reduce the reliance on debt and borrowing, which was a big concern of previous councils because of council going into debt so much in the past, especially in the 70s and the 80s, and then in the interest rates being what they were then. Has there been any thought to bringing that practice back? Because that's something we have not done for some time, and it would allow us to be proactive in setting aside funds for projects that council intends to support and build, which I think a majority of councils intend to support, as I do, Chief Peguis and Kinnison Whiting and the other projects.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the councillor for the question and in fact, the suggestion. Yes, as we bring these projects forward and we vote on these items, you know, the Chief Peguis Trail Extension, really with the recommendation there is to send the staff back to do a value for money analysis. But once we get to the point, or as we're getting to the point of how we're prioritizing these infrastructure projects, yes, we have to think prudently about how we can pay for them. And so whether it's a few mechanisms, whether it's something like a reserve, utilizing a P3 model with a reserve, like however we want to do this, we have to give good thought to how we would pay for it and afford these projects. I do want to recognize today that I think Councillor Wyatt was very involved with the establishment of the local and regional street reserves many years ago when he was Chair of Finance, right? And we are still utilizing that structure. It's been very successful, and we have done, I think this year we're coming up on record budget again for 2025. So there are some mechanisms that we can look at, maybe older mechanisms or mechanisms that have been used in the past that we could maybe consider again. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Final question,
Final
Councillor
question
Wyatt.
is to give another suggestion or thought in terms of financing or funding. And it could be a reserve fund for new strategic infrastructures, not specifying one project in particular that you would start setting aside money for. This is on the last question. But as it stands right now, south of the border, the Americans are able to issue municipal bonds. There is a requirement under the Canadian Charter Banking Act that needs to be changed to allow municipalities to issue bonds. It could be done as a pilot project. What better place than Winnipeg? It's far better for us, in my opinion, to borrow money from citizens where we're paying them interest rather than banks that are based out of Toronto. Has the mayor given any thought to approaching the federal government to amend the Charter Banking Act to allow for municipal bonds, which would allow us to keep money locally here in the economy, borrowing from local residents, paying them back with interest, keeping the money in the economy locally, and giving residents an opportunity to actually save, while at the same time rebuilding and building our city?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I want to thank the councillor for his question. I had discussion when I was Chair of Finance with our Treasury and others about the concept of municipal bonds and how they can work or not work, and the requirements, there's fairly onerous requirements on the City of Winnipeg in dealing with the municipal bond of the nature that the councillor is talking about. It's not a dead no, but we'd have to do further look, I think, into that, whether that's even feasible. It was interesting, as I mentioned in my opening comments today, in my announcements, that I had the privilege on behalf of the cities of Canada to be in Phoenix and to listen to mayors there talk about their structure, which is a little bit different, where they will put, on a ballot, a referendum on a bond for, a new sporting arena or some big thing. So but we don't do that. We don't have that structure at this point. So, but as we look ahead, I think the bigger point I would say just to, to the councillor, to all of council, as we look ahead at all of our infrastructure needs and our significant $7 billion infrastructure deficit, it may and should require us to think a little bit differently and be open to other ways by which we can work on financing and partnering and paying for the significant needs that we have as a city. They're really, at the end of the day, what it's about service delivery to the citizens of Winnipeg. And it's about trying to make sure that the services they depend upon and the infrastructure that is required for our growing city is able to be funded in such a way that is thoughtful and prudent and moves us ahead without it being too onerous on one generation of payers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since our mayor and I being elected about 10 years ago, and even starting before then, we've raised every tax, fine, fee, levy, and rate. We've reduced services, we've spent our reserves, and we've gone further into debt, just the city of Winnipeg alone. A few council meetings ago, His Worship stated that the reason for our budget increases, for our tax increases, was due to COVID and labor costs and other factors. Realized later, when he talked about labor costs, that included salaries as well. I'd like to ask His Worship where he got his statistics from.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we can restate the question. Councillor
Yes,
Schreier,
his
please.
worship said that the reason for our budget increases or tax increases was due to COVID, labor costs, and other factors. And I'd like to know where he got his statistics. I think there would be more to that, and I would talk about that. But to start, I'd like to know where he got his statistics.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Madam Speaker, I don't have at my fingertips the sources for that. I think it's generally understood when you look at the reporting our own staff does, whether it's our treasury, whether it's you know, our chief financial officers, past and present, whether it's Statistics Canada, whether it's Chambers of Commerce. I mean, there's a myriad of reports that I think the councillor frankly could just Google and would see that across Canada, every city, every municipality is facing the same pressures. The costs are going up for a variety of reasons on the services we deliver, on the infrastructure we're building, and that's putting pressure on city budgets.
I've been
you.
Googling that
Second
for,
question.
Yeah, I've been Googling that for years. I have those statistics. It's just that I don't come to the same conclusions as that. COVID, labor costs, and other factors. To me, other factors is the greatest rate of inflation. Could he elaborate on that since he's been getting all these reports?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
First of all, I don't get reports that the rest of council doesn't get, right? So, so the information that we vote upon and decide upon is the information that is provided when it comes to our standing policy committee on finance, when they're dealing with every project by project, and we take a look at the threshold at which projects are reported. And if you look back at those project reports consistently, you'll see the costs have risen, and our staff will say why the costs have risen. And so I think in my comments, as the councillor has indicated, I apparently said, and other reasons. I say other reasons as a broad category to, you know, provide for any other reason the costs would be going up to the city.
Thank you. Final question then.
Yeah,
on
Madam
to
Speaker, to
Councillor
me,
Wyatt.
construction costs are the greatest inflation at City Hall, and that wasn't mentioned specifically, but he did mention a couple of council meetings ago that he believes there was a construction inflation report that came out. Can we find that construction inflation report somewhere?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Madam Speaker, I'm almost speechless. The construction inflation report was developed, put into a budget in a previous year specifically because the councillor from Elmwood asked for it. It is a report that has been provided. It is on Demas. It is somewhere previously. So I will gladly help the councillor find that report that he called for and was delivered to him previously.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise. I want to thank the mayor and ask a question on the lines of what's been happening for his leadership with regards to the issue south of the border. We've heard now that the new president has indicated a 10% surcharge on oil exports, as well as it could be as soon as next week, a 25% tariff on Canadian-made products. There's a lot of concern that that would trigger a recession. I see all these wonderful young people in our gallery who've never experienced a recession. I remember I was their age when it did hit the early 90s. I'm dating myself. But it was a recession in the early 90s that lasted 4 or 5 years here in Manitoba with unemployment rates, especially amongst youth, which were one of the highest in the country. But Manitoba also responded with regards to a job program like we did in the 1980s. In light of what's possibly coming down the pipe, I have a number of questions. But the first one is this. Is it possible that between now and the next week that the mayors, especially of the big cities, could be getting together in terms of pushing the federal government for an independent, and this is the other great thing that we've seen in the Globe and Mail and else, other newspapers, for the first time the country's kind of waking up in the sense of having independent industrial strategy and independent trade strategy outside of being so reliant on our trade with the Americans to move our economy as fast as we can and diversify both our trading partners, but also to prepare for a potential recession that could be quite deep and affect working people dramatically here in Winnipeg, but also across the country. Is there any discussion, and could he elaborate on the work he's done thus far? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the council for the question. First of all, I want to thank all of council because all of council has been and is very interested in the impact of tariffs and counter-tariffs locally. I thank our staff. I mentioned it before that provided a council seminar, the good work of our CAO and our interim deputy CAO, Matt Dryberg, and his team. We had kind of stakeholders also provide information as to what the impacts could be locally on specific sectors, whether it's advanced manufacturing or agriculture, aerospace, or others. And then specifically the impact that could, within the city of Winnipeg. If indeed there's going to be tariffs and counter-tariffs on vehicles, and every time they cross the border in production, 3 or 4 times, the price is going to go up. What does that do to our fleet costs? What will it do to, any chemicals we need to procure for our water and sewer treatment plant? So our staff was looking at all that. That has been the request of council, and I thank them for that. I think it was Councillor Orlico who had a great idea. I think that at the next Standing Policy Committee on Finance, a motion will come forward to have our staff report on these impacts on a regular basis. So we're trying to take care of what is happening locally and do all we can to mitigate any impacts with the limited the limited position and opportunity we have here. Of course, the federal and provincial governments are more so on the policy setting, global national policy setting agenda that will impact and perhaps help mitigate the impact of tariffs and counter-tariffs. One of the things we have been calling for as a council, but certainly the mayors of Canada have been calling for a reduction, elimination of the interprovincial trade barriers, so that, if you're making a product here in Manitoba, which, by the way, Manitoba has done, of all the provinces, kind of one of the best jobs of reducing interprovincial trade barriers, but finding ways to allow Canadian producers to access markets in other provinces, if we cannot rely upon the markets south of the border to the degree that we did. And also, to your point, we're calling upon provinces and the federal government especially to do all it can to help identify markets outside of Canada for our manufacturers, producers, ag producers, whatever the case would be, so that we have a place to sell our goods and to enter into new trade relationships that are other sources. So one of the things I know that I have said, and big city mayors are saying, is we are standing with our provincial leaders. I want to acknowledge Premier Canoe and the work he's doing really in a leadership role across Canada with the other premiers to try to come to a unified approach on how to counter the tariffs and mitigate against their impacts, and calling on federal governments as well to be really unified to do the very thing you're asking for, Councillor, is to look at ways that we could open up new markets and mitigate the impact, because what this is about ultimately is this. It's about jobs and paychecks in our city. The economies of our nation are centered in cities or flow through cities. There we have heard there will be an impact, no doubt, to sectors and jobs and businesses within the city of Winnipeg, and it will impact to a smaller extent, but it will impact the city of Winnipeg if tariffs and the retaliatory tariffs are put in place. And so we need to be aware of that, and I appreciate that this will be a standing item at a regular policy committee on a go-forward basis here.
Okay. Thank you. Second question.
And I thank the mayor for his response. In the middle of my community is New Flyer Industries. 95% of their buses go for export to the United States. I could see a scenario where the plant is shut down and everybody's laid off because of these tariffs that are coming down, and we'd have a massive hit potentially on our tax base as well, not to say the least, in the event we lose industry. My concern is it possible via the FCM and via the federal government with their assistance, that they're taking the lead on this matter, that the big city mayors, including yourself, could, President Trump is also an elected official. And if various mayors in Canada were supposed to start phoning mayors down in the States, many of them who are Republicans, and say, you know, you realize that this is going to be the impact on you, especially when we retaliate with our trade tariffs, and they could drive us both into recession. And then the president's phone starts ringing. Has any thought been given to that strategy to put pressure on mayors across the United States, especially those in the Midwest who are close to us here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council, for the question. That is exactly why I was in Phoenix, and that's exactly what we're doing. In Phoenix, among other things, there was, as I said, of the mayors, some of them were from Michigan. And so I was able, in real time, to connect some Republican mayors in Michigan who don't want tariffs because they know what it'll do to the auto sector, right? They've been there before. They've experienced it. They know how, yes, in some ways, sometimes it creates more jobs. More jobs are lost than created in the U.S. when that happens. And those Republican mayors do not want tariffs and counter tariffs. So I was able to connect them with Mayor Drew Dilkens of Windsor, Ontario, one of Canada's mayors who's doing all he can. He stood up this Border Mayors Alliance with FCM's help and with the support of FCM. So, you know, I would say this again. If you know mayors in the United States, small cities, large cities, whatever the case may be, and you can call them or email them or text them and make the case and help them understand the impact of tariffs, that would be really, really helpful because, as I said, at the end of the day, my comments in my presentation to the U.S. mayors was that tariffs and counter tariffs, ultimately, they're a tax that gets passed on to the consumer. It's going to hurt the citizens in your city. It's going to hurt the citizens of my city. It threatens jobs. It threatens paychecks. And so, yes, we should leverage every relationship we have. The big city mayors are leveraging every relationship we have. The chair of the Big City Mayors Caucus, Josh Morgan of London, was in Washington last month. I went to Phoenix. He's going back to Washington next month to try to make the case of all mayors, all councils, all cities within Canada. One of the things that hasn't been announced but can't be announced, I don't think right now because of the Transcona blackout, is the Premier has just invited me on behalf of all of us to sit on his U.S. Trade Council committee. So I'll be taking a seat there as well to try to keep us abreast of what's happening and try to make our case for countering these tariffs or potential tariffs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Last question is, I'll keep it brief. Other cities, and I offer this off as more as, are you aware, so as to give a suggestion that maybe will be helpful, that under a previous mayor, towards the end of his term, Mayor Cates, he set aside, he realized the importance of economic development and decided to start taking a lead on that through his office. However, having said that, many cities, especially in the U.S., but also in Canada, through their accommodation taxes, use it as a form to fund economic development office directly. Often it's led by the mayor, who is kind of seen as the figurehead of the council. But it's a mechanism that would allow you, versus the arm length we have economic development in Winnipeg. It's not that they do a great job, but in light of the political nature of this situation right now and the need to move quickly in terms of an independent industrial strategy, independent trade strategy, the interprovincial trade barriers the mayor refers to, maybe this is an opportunity to consider creating an arm within the mayor's office or close to it that would allow us to address this issue and start to moving our economy in a new direction in light of what's happening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, appreciate the comments from the councillor. I think, what is clear is what we've focused on, and I know I have prioritized, and I thank council for supporting these kind of initiatives. One of the priorities we had a few years ago was to put in the budget, stand up a position called the Economic Development Officer. And Matt Dryberg, before being into the chair here as the Deputy Interim CEO, has been serving in that role. And that's really to help provide service to those looking to invest within our city, which is key.
Councillor Schreier moves extension, 2 minutes. All in favor?
I'll try to
Contrary,
answer quickly
carried.
here. Winnipeg needs a strong economy if we're ever going to be able to continue to provide the services our citizens rely upon. So we have to have a strong economy. There's no doubt about that. So the Economic Development Officer, one of the things we funded is we funded the servicing of Centerport. So we have industrial service lands available for those that invest. I can't stress enough that we need to continue to do all we can and to even look at the decisions we're making through the light of whether or not we are investor ready. We look at other cities and other jurisdictions and other municipalities and other regional capital regions who have a plan in place. Again, Calgary just announced a significant regional economic development plan that makes them ready for investment. Edmonton has the same. We don't have it yet. We don't have it yet. We need it because we are going, other people are, as the saying was years ago, they're going to be eating our lunch in other parts of the nation if we are not serious about investor readiness to allow businesses here who maybe, need to retool what they're doing so that they can really find new markets or find new ways to do things if the U.S. market dries up. We need to be prepared to provide investors and those looking to expand or grow or build or hang on the services that they need so that we can continue to highlight or probably emphasize the building of our economy as well. So appreciate the councillor's questions on that.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier, 30 seconds.
We're talking about 25% tariffs, which would be awful. Madam Speaker, we've already had a 25% increase in these costs in the last few years. Would the mayor like to comment on that, or has the mayor discussed the fact that just in the last 4 years alone, we've already had that 25% increase?
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
As I said, and I think we've all said, costs have gone up significantly. And we are grappling with and have to make decisions on how to continue to provide services to the City of Winnipeg and the citizens that rely upon them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, let's move on to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very much.
Your inaugural report.
I believe number two. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With that, I'd like to introduce the report of February 6th, move adoption of consent agenda items 1 through 5.
Okay. Councillor Mays. 4. Golf operations at the Canoe Club. Call the question on 1 to 3 and number 5. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. 2 members not at their seats. It's noted. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Item 4, golf operations at Canoe Club Golf Course.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan.
Yep, I'll wait to hear from my council colleague.
Councillor Mays.
There's always some risk of pulling an item when the vote at other levels have gone your way with no dissent, but a couple of words in praise of the report. Ben Fay, who's been our head of golf services, filling the large shoes of his predecessor, Al Shane, has both done a fine job turning around the operations there. Also, we stopped the fog of accounting that we had prior to 2014 with all sorts of debt loaded in and various other costs that didn't really relate to the courses themselves. Lo and behold, suddenly they were making a profit. So I want to thank, this really is, to some extent, the continuation of an arc that began back in 2013 when we voted as a council not to privatize operations at the 4 unionized sites that we had. Councillor Eadie would have been there, Councillor Orlico and I voted for that. Then Councillor Vandal kind of took the lead. Mike Davidson from CUPE also worked hard on that file. So my point in rising is not to speak so much about the Canoe Club, though it is an important part of St. Vital. My point is to say there's some irony here that we didn't vote to bring in-house any portion of the operations at Transit Plus. We didn't vote to bring in-house any portion of the operations for garbage, recycle. We did vote for bulky waste back some years ago. We've had pilot projects, but here we are. We are going to bring back in-house, bring in-house for the first time, actually, the Canoe Club. The course is more than 100 years old, always been on city land, never operated by the City of Winnipeg. Originally a private club, so I couldn't play there when I was growing up. Then post-1992 a public course, but we've contracted out the operation. So, good work by Mr. Fay and company at our golf utility, getting it in shape so that we have confidence that the city of Winnipeg can run a golf course at a profit. We always said back in 2013, don't just blame the union here, because Kildonan's unionized and runs at a profit. And the accounting was such a mess that if you took Harborview, if everybody worked for free, it would still lose money. So clearly this wasn't just the labor cost that was involved. So terrific, we'll move to bring this in-house, but just bear it in mind when I hope with Councillor Eadie's role now as head of water and waste, that we can have some of these debates again about, can we profitably operate bulky waste pickup or multifamily pickup, or frankly, yard waste pickup, which is a debate that's all to come as we consider the rates for garbage services, as well as we debate how we're going to go about going to market on garbage recycle and compost. And I'm probably getting dangerously close to Duncan getting up and saying this has nothing to do with golf, but the point here is, look, we're bringing this in-house for the first time. We can operate it at a profit with unionized staff. Let's just bear that in mind the next time we start debating something like Councillor Eadie's initiatives over the years about bringing in-house bulky waste, some downtown work that Councillor Gilroy has certainly called for in terms of garbage pickup. So certainly in favor of the report, and thanks to the committee for approving it.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers. Oh, Councillor Chambers first, and then we'll close with Councillor Duncan. Councillor Chambers, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the recommendations to bring in golf services at the Canoe Club in-house. As an avid golfer myself, I mean, you have Tiger Woods, and then you have me in the woods. In the woods. All right.
You're getting a clap for that one.
I'm always appreciative of the opportunities where, we're maintaining green spaces and amenities for the public to enjoy. Also recognizing that there is, a golf course couple of kilometers away, the Windsor Park Golf Course, and then beside that, the St. Boniface Golf Course. Maintaining this allows us, those of us that are avid golfers, to have a nice 9-hole course nearby. Looking through the report, I'm noticing that, there has been delinquency on the account in terms of paying the property taxes, and that there would be a cost to mothballing this amenity as well. So having this brought in-house allows us to maintain golf services for those that enjoy it, while not having those other costs in terms of mothballing for something that is just sitting there but still costing us money as we maintain. I've driven by the golf course many times on my way home to the south end of the city. And even during the winter time, there are opportunities to use that space, perhaps groom some trails for cross-country skiing and the like. But there are opportunities to create something more than that is currently existing. So I think this is a great opportunity. I'm encouraging my council colleagues to support this. We had conversation a couple of years back with respect to the Bloomberg Golf Course. It's still being maintained, although there are different entities that want to come in and do different things there. But again, having the opportunity for the Canoe Club to maintain its operations and be profitable, I think with some investments, that is achievable. So again, I encourage my council colleagues to consider supporting this, the Public Services recommendation to bring this in-house. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to give a bit of an explanation to the public in terms of what's going on here, people might be surprised that the city is looking at buying a golf club. It was just a few years ago that the city was looking at selling golf clubs. In fact, we've been looking at selling...
City's not looking to buy a golf course here. We
Right.
own the golf course, and we
Sorry.
are currently leasing it. And
Fair
council
enough, Madam-
consideration to repeal that lease, Madam Speaker.
Sure, in terms of operation here, Madam
Thank
Speaker,
you.
just in terms of the viability here, there was a point where we were looking at selling our golf courses. Just to explain, Madam Speaker, I was asked about this, why would we be doing it at this time when we were looking at selling off our golf courses in recent years? Happens to be that COVID happens to be the a big factor in that golfing got more popular. And so it's breathed some new life into a sport that could have some potential for the future and therefore viable again for the city to be further involved.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Duncan? To close?
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate all the comments here today on this. Councillor Mays, speaking to, comparisons about bringing other services in, I would, support that line of thought should the subject be similar, as in the current tenant of this golf course at Canoe Club is delinquent on their 23 and 24 property taxes, as well as now their 24 rent. That there's, it's a glorified dog park at this point in time. So, yes, I understand that we are bringing this in-house, and yes, there is opportunities across departments to look at that. However, at this point in time, this is essentially a must move to have this potentially be a golf course at all, or it would be to the point where it would be run down and a derelict field at some point in time. So this is good news. Golf Services have assured us that this would be profitable in year one, and that they're going to have lots of opportunities to get people out there and experience the course and move towards a sustainable future for that city-run course in the years ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. With that, call the question on item 4. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Now move into bylaws. Councillor Duncan. Oh, we do have a motion, sorry. One motion here. Motion number 4, Mr. Clerk? Okay, let's deal with that one. That is a notice of motion. Moved by Councillor Wyatt, seconded by Councillor Schreier. Haven't had a chance to look at this myself. The topic, Mr. Clerk? Okay, yes, I see that here regarding the LeMay Forest. So this will be a notice of motion, debatable at next month's council meeting. Councillor Duncan, bylaws, please.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 17, 2025. Bylaw number 20, 2025. Bylaw number 21, 2025.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 17 of 2025, bylaw number 20 of 2025, bylaw number 21 of 2025.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan.
Madam Speaker, I'd move that the following bylaws be read a second time. Bylaw number 123, 2024. Bylaw number 12, 2025.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 123 of 2024, bylaw number 12 of 2025.
Councillor Duncan.
I'll move that the bylaws numbered 123 of 2024 and 12 of 2025 be read a third time, and that the same be passed and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Next section, please.
I'll move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 19, 2025, bylaw number 25, 2025.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 19 of 2025, bylaw number 25 of 2025.
Also move that bylaws number 19, 2025, and 25, 2025 be read a second time.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws numbered 19 of 2025 and 25 of 2025.
And Madam Speaker, I'll move that the rules be suspended and that bylaws number 19, 2025 and 25, 2025 be read a third time, and that the same be passed and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. We'll now have question period under this committee. First question, Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise. As the councillor is aware, right now, we still have a city where we have bylaw enforcement under many jurisdictions. And I know the councillor is personally, at least he's communicated to me privately, and I don't think I'm saying anything out of school, that he's in favor of a consolidated bylaw enforcement unit. In light of the fact that not just citizens are confused, members of council are confused with regards to bylaw enforcement at times. And knowing full well, if you just have to take a drive around the city to see bylaws being not enforced. However, it's hard not to read in our newspapers that enforcement officers are going after seniors because they don't have a railing on their front walkway going up to their house. Yet we see bylaws being violated across our city that are far more significant and don't seem to be getting enforced. So I guess the first part of my question is, what steps can be taken to get a process underway so that we could have one consolidated bylaw enforcement unit that would be completely integrated together so that there'd be a one-stop shop to be able to call to enforce a bylaw, no matter what bylaw that is and no matter what department it may have been generated from, but nevertheless, one unit to enforce all bylaws with expertise in fields that are not just one, but one unit, one call, one stop. How soon can we get this process underway to create that department if we are going to do it?
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Councillor Wyatt is correct. I am in favor of exploring having all of our bylaws under one roof with one direction, and I'll double down on that and be proactive instead of reactive in the city of Winnipeg, because those are a lot of the calls that and emails that I'm receiving as area councillor Charles Tuxedo Westwood about why are things not being done when city staff are driving by. Unfortunately, has to be cycled through the 311 system predominantly. There are instances, obviously, for life safety that is not the case. My understanding is that there is a report coming forward from a motion, I want to say, that we put forward going on a year ago. That obviously can be quicker, but I'm in favor of moving in that direction. I think that for those that don't know, bylaws are not in one area of the city of Winnipeg. You have bylaws with public works, you have bylaws with water and waste, you have bylaws with fire, you have bylaws with property and development. I think it also makes the city of Winnipeg an attractive investment option for folks that can come in and say, here is our bylaws, here are our procedures, and they go through and make a decision. So yes, I will continue to work and advocate, if the councillor's willing, to move forward on a one consolidated bylaw enforcement proactive position.
Thank you. Second question.
And knowing, and I want to preface as well by saying that by far the majority of citizens and businesses out there do follow our bylaws. It's unfortunate it's a minority or a small group, but nevertheless, enough that it's having an impact on the visibility of our city, the beauty of our city, neighborhoods in our city. What can be done, though, my specific question to the last question, which kind of wasn't answered, which was what steps can be taken to get a process going so we're not waiting for a report, that we can get this moving so that we can have one consolidated bylaw enforcement unit up and running before this term is out, which is fastly approaching. What steps can be taken so that we can get this, because it's going to take some time to assemble staff, to get training, to get it organized. I understand that. But my concern is if we're still waiting a report that we had moved on for some time ago and hasn't happened, this may not happen at all.
Thank you, Councillor
Yeah,
Duncan.
I share those concerns with the councillor, Madam Speaker. Property and Development specifically has been working diligently to address a lot of the burnt-out rubble sites across the city of Winnipeg and have made significant improvements in their processes to hook up with hydro and get things done to make sure that they're communicating clearly across departments and seeing their reaction to items that are brought to their attention actually come down into less than 48 hours when they're actually on site and working towards that. So at the end of the day, it's our job as council to direct the public service through motions. I think that, again, we have a report coming forward. How can I speed it up? I'm not sure at this point in time exactly what we could do today to have that, but again, I'm willing to work on motions to continue to push that ball down the, or up the hill, I should say.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
And I know we're sometimes, thank you for the answer, I know we're sometimes hesitant to necessarily, air the so-called dirty laundry for everybody to see that where we're falling short, but sometimes if you don't have that information, then we don't know what to address. So maybe the thought would be to start with a SWOT analysis. Where are our strengths, where are our weaknesses, where are we falling short pertaining to each bylaw we do now have? And just to give you a quick example of my preamble, but for example, in our last meeting at P&D, when we heard that something like, we got it down now to 40 fire piles that are still out there. Well, that's not great news in my opinion, though it was somewhat celebrated in committee because it dropped from 79. But, nonetheless, we have neighborhoods that have literally a house that was burnt out, collapsed, and there's still houses out there that are burnt but standing partially. And the safety issues and the look of that and the impact that has on the neighborhood, maybe we need to step it up by saying we should do a SWOT analysis and we want immediate response to that. Where are we falling short? Where should the resources be? Where should people be moved from one department to another? Where do we need the training? And get moving on this so we can bring a report back and a reorganization plan if we're going to truly create one enforcement unit.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Loud and clear, hear you. We'll work towards that.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Orlico?
Thank you very much. As we all know, we're going through some have been and will continue to go through some rezoning. And I've tried, I really have tried to work with the administration to try to get some actual numbers on what the loss to LDR will be, what the loss to revenue will be to the department regarding the as of right. All I hope that I'm asking today is as I continue to beat my head against this wall, because I think it's very important that council knows we're making decisions. What is that financial impact? As we know that the LDR is very important to ward councillors. I know the mayor's promised in the past to help me out through there. I haven't seen anything yet. I'll probably do my own. But what I'm asking for is I'm going to go beat my head against this wall again because now we know that some of the potential changes are going to be, again, changing from other changes we've done in the past, just to help me get the numbers we need. That's all. Can I get a commitment, just some help?
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, I'm more than willing to work with Councillor Orlico on that. Obviously, this is a sticking point for some that are undecided on where they're going with this potential 4 units as of right. What happens to the LDR? It's important to all of our communities. I've learned in my short time as councillor that if we want to continue to rejuvenate our communities, especially our park spaces, and occasionally we go against the rules and allocate that money towards other things with council consent. It's a key part of the puzzle for continuing to build our community. So yes, Councillor Orlico, through you, Madam Speaker, I will work with you to get an answer.
Thank you. That concludes our question period here. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Water and Waste and the Environment. Councillor Eadie, Mr. Chair, your report dated February 3rd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move the report of the Water, Waste and Environment Committee, February 3rd, consent agenda items 1 through 4.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried?
Thank you.
Okay. Now, we have no bylaws today. Oh, we do have a bylaw today. Councillor
The
Eadie.
bylaw, yes. Madam Speaker, I would like to move first reading of bylaw number 22, 2025. The first time.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 22 of 2025.
All right, I'd like to move bylaw 20, second reading of bylaw 22, 2025.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw
Thank
number
you.
22 of 2025.
All right, try to remember the wording off the top of my head. I'd like to move to suspend the rules to have a third reading of bylaw 22, 2025 be passed and ordered signed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Question period under this committee. Any questions for Chair Councillor Eadie? Not today? Okay. Let's move on. Not today. Okay. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services. Councillor Allard will take the report today for Chair Councillor Santos. in her
Yes,
absence.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the chairperson, I'd like to move consent agenda.
Okay, it's item 1 and 2. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. We have no bylaws under this committee, and Councillor Allard really wants to take questions. Any questions? Okay, not today. Thank you, Councillor Allard. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. Councillor Lukes.
Thank you. I'd like to move I'd like to move items 2 and 3, and I'd like to pull item 1.
Okay, Winnipeg Parking Authority 2025 Business Plan.
Yeah.
Call the question on item 2 and 3. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Item 1, Winnipeg Parking Authority 2025 Business Plan.
Sure. I'm pulling this to just bring this to council's attention. You'll probably be receiving some media updates on this. So as many of you know, we've got between $11 and $12 million in outstanding fines, about $7 million in parking fines, and the balance in MBEA fines, which would be like lawn grass and other issues. So we have about $12 million in outstanding fines. So you will recall over a year ago, we sent a letter to the province requesting changes in legislation so that we could, like the province does, have the ability to collect these outstanding fines with more teeth. If the province has a fine, like if you don't pay your child payments, they can actually restrict you from getting your driver's license or insurance. We also asked the province, perhaps we could, that we'd like to put these fines on the property tax bill. But we've not heard back anything definitive from the province, even though I've spoken to the municipal minister and, brought this up with my MLA. So what the public service, or what the Winnipeg Parking Authority is doing now, and this is what you'll be receiving notice on, currently, if you have 3 tickets and the parking people see that you've got 3 tickets, they can tow your vehicle to a compound. You will then have to pay the tow charges. We can't collect your parking tickets, but you'll have to pay your towing fee. Hopefully that's a catalyst or an inspiration for you to pay the rest of your tickets. That's being reduced to 2 tickets. So if you've got 2 parking tickets, the parking authority has the ability to call a towing company to tow you to a compound. The other change that is now going to be happening is the parking authority will, if you've got overdue parking tickets or MBEA fines, they will send you a letter saying, look, pay your fine within 30 days, or we will send this information off to the credit bureau. So it will impact your credit. So the parking authority has indicated to us, or we've asked them, the Public Works Committee has asked them to give councillors notification when this is about to happen. I believe the credit bureau is going to start in August, and the two tickets and a tow will happen probably in another 6 to 8 weeks. So just as a heads up, and hoping maybe someone from the province is listening, $12 million is about 2 points on a raise in taxes. So the city would really, really appreciate having a little bit more authority to collect these overdue fines. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So now I'll put it forward that we can move item number 1 also.
Okay, thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, for, I'd like to thank the chair for sitting down this item, the Winnipeg Parking Authority 2025 Business Plan. Just to put some comments on the record, it was January of last year, January 2024, when this council moved and approved a decision to do the renovation on the Millennium Library Parkade. After significant Q&A during our budget session of, not this last budget we just dealt with, but the budget before, there were some real discrepancies that I found went through the Q&A, and I think the committee heard them with regards to our parking authority, and the analysis done whereby they were also not only the judge but the jury in a sense, and deciding and recommending to us whether or not we should retain the parkade or sell parkade. I guess most concerning in the discussion that I felt was the response from the head of the parking authority, who argued, but then was corrected by other staff, that, and it was concerning to hear that we cannot sell it because we have a library above. But yet, when it came to Winnipeg Parkade Square, we not only had a library, we had stores above, and we actually sold parkade underneath as well. So you can do a separate title to allow that to occur. But it appears that we have now entered into an agreement, or council has given authority to spend up to $30 million, though they had 2 years before an appraisal done as high as $50 million for the renovations, once fully implemented. We gave them a go-ahead of about $14-15 million and moving up to $30 million in the next phase. And I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, that we're potentially at the same time as going, that the authority who did the analysis to retain the parkade and give us the arguments and a scoring system, apparently, because they weren't prepared, Madam Speaker, to forward me a copy. I've not received it as of yet, of the analysis of the weighing system and how they developed that with the consultant that they hired. And so it's something that I really would encourage UPC to think about and to put it on their table to revisit. Because, you know, we had this discussion earlier about infrastructure projects and the lack of borrowing capacity of the city, or the need to have borrowing capacity. And this is a project which is still concerning me, that we gave authority to the parkade, to the parking agency of the city of Winnipeg to go forward with the renovation of that parkade. But we may have not necessarily been given all the information. And I say this, not 100% sure, I'll say that, but I will say that there's enough red flags going up for me to question whether or not we should have given that go-ahead on maintaining, keeping the parkade and going ahead with a capital project to renovate it ourselves versus selling it and letting the private sector do that, as well as retaining the funds from the sale. The other part of the concern I have with this department, I just want to say, is I know they generate a dividend to us every year, but having sat on the Public Works Committee, it appears to me that we could probably see a higher dividend. And I had to ask questions at the time about the amount of management versus employees. And it appears there's about a 2-to-1 ratio. Now, to the defense of the Parking Authority, they've argued that, well, a lot of their management is managing the contracts of those out there issuing the tickets. Now, having said that, when you read the contract reverses the onus on the contractor versus the city to administer in many ways. It almost administers themselves. And so the question is, why do we have such a high management? Now, it's true, the Parking Authority has taken on new responsibilities, such as taxi regulations and overseeing that. But I think that's something that we really need to look into, is the level of management and how much management has grown inside that agency, because definitely the dividend could be generated, or if we could rationalize or get revenues up as well. And this is the third point I want to make, is that if you walk around the downtown, and I realize that a lot of people have these apps, and they pay for parking now on the apps, but a lot of people don't. And my thought, Madam Speaker, is that we should make it as easy as possible to pay for parking in downtown Winnipeg. But now if you try to find a machine quite often, it's not even the same block, or it's a block away at the end of that block. And a lot of folks who have disabilities, who are seniors, mobility issues, I think it's inherently unfair. And I've raised this a number of times with the head of the Parking Authority. It doesn't seem to be a priority to him. At least I don't get a sense, maybe I'm wrong. But I would really think that this could be something that could be addressed. And a lot of the machines that are out there, the parking meters, if you want to call them that, they're not really that, they're parking machines now, I guess, are very dilapidated. You know, they haven't been maintained, they've been beaten up by snowplows and everything else. Just a reflection on our downtown. So I would hope that, I'm not on the standing committee anymore, but that these thoughts are noted. I'm glad to hear about the enforcement of parking tickets, but at the same time, Madam Speaker, I think the Parking Authority, and I'll give one other thought. You know, the Parking Authority, there's nothing like competition to ensure that an authority, whether it be government or private sector, you know, pencils are sharpened, you know, doing the best they can. any thought given, and this is a thought, that maybe the parking authority needs to be more than one parking authority. Maybe we need a parking authority north of Portage and the parking authority south of Portage. And let's see who can generate more revenue, and let's see who could be run more efficiently. In other words, we don't necessarily need one parking authority. We could actually have one. We could have two or three, maybe in the downtown alone, and let them compete and see what they can do with developing policy to make the downtown more popular, effective, to be a place to shop and work and live and play, but also in terms of how the agency itself is being managed today. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Lukes to close.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments there, Councillor Wyatt. I think that there's going to be a lot happening with parking coming up. We've got the parking strategy that's going to come forward after the Transportation Master Plan. I expect that the Transportation Master Plan will come forward in April, and then in May will be the parking strategy. And they're going to come forward with some new revenue-generating opportunities, and there are other revenue-generating opportunities that have risen in many discussions over the past few months. It's quite incredible how much parking and towing and storage occurs in this city for parking. So we'll be having a lot of good conversations on revenue-making opportunities for the Parking Authority coming forward. And I know that they've got some, let's say, interesting discussions about these meters that will be coming forward. It'll be a lively discussion, I think. I fear. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the question on item 1. All in favor? Contrary, carried. We'll now go into question period under this committee. Okay, Councillor Schreier.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So Councillor Lukes was rather constructive in giving us a timeline of what's going on, and I just want to clarify, because she was giving us all a warning, Madam Speaker, and I just want to get it right, because it sounds like she's got the timeline down. I just want to be clear, lest I have not 3 but just 2 parking tickets, and that applies to all Winnipeggers. My understanding was she says this it's going to be about 8 weeks in which this will be implemented, and then we'll have 30 days notice, something like that, if you have 2 parking tickets. And I just wanted to, she can clarify that timeline for us, so everyone has due warning as she's willing to give us this afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes.
Okay, so, and I will email this to you so you also have it in writing, but the collection agency will be sending both parking and MBEA tickets to the impact credit ratings, anticipating this to happen over the next month. So I received this middle of February, so they will give us an email also and tell us. We'll have we'll have a press release or something on it. And then the 2-ticket towing will come into effect by August of 2025. Corporate Communications is working on this. And what I would add is, if you don't know, and this all started, and I want to thank the Public Works Committee. This all started over a year ago. I got a collection agency ticket from 4 years ago, and that was the first collection agency ticket notification that I got. So I started investigating, what is this all about? We went down the rabbit hole, big rabbit hole, found out, 11 to 12 million outstanding. We had met with Parking Authority. The Public Works Committee had met with with Parking Authority. We had some really good suggestions about credit ratings and towing and such, which the Parking Authority did implement. So if people aren't sure if they have parking tickets, you can call 311 to find out. And when we do these releases, that will be clearly stated in the release that if you don't know, I didn't know, my husband's just ferociously pays every ticket he gets, but somehow, I guess, this one was missed, and after 4 years, we got our first notification from the collection agency. Anyways, we've since changed collection agencies, I'll have you know also, but you can call 311 to see if you've got outstanding parking tickets.
Thank you. Second question, Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To be clear, we're talking about parking tickets, not speeding tickets. So does she have anything to say about that?
Councillor Lukes.
Yeah, speeding tickets aren't under the Parking Authority.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Rollins, followed by Councillor Wyatt, and then Councillor Chambers.
Thank you. Two questions, Madam Speaker, one different than the next. One is Recently, King and Bannatyne was announced through the Public Works and the Public Service Report to be the area for the Scramble Cross. And Madam Speaker, I don't know if you heard, but you could probably hear folks in Osborne Village shuffling their feet and looking down because, of course, they felt very much that it was their motion, the motion of the Osborne Village Biz and their Scramble Crossing ambitions that led to this report in part. So could the Chair of Public Works answer this question, Madam Speaker? Why is there still hope for a Scramble Cross in Osborne Village? Why is there still hope? Why should there still be hope in the hearts of Osborne Village Biz who so wanted the Scramble Crossing?
Councillor Lukes?
Well, you know, we're all here because we all have hope, right? We're all here because we're optimistic and we have hope. And we're going to be discussing this Scramble project in great detail on March 4th at the Public Works Committee. So I say, in anything related to active transportation, never give up hope.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins?
Madam Speaker, parking. Parking is a big issue in the downtown. It's an issue related to economic development for them. Unlike many places in the city, there is paid parking meters. So could the chair clarify what we're looking for in store? She hinted towards it a bit and said there's going to be changes. Question one, can she expand? Can she clarify? And question two, what impact will there be on the downtown economy, Madam Speaker, being important for all of council?
Thank you. Councillor Lukes?
Sure. So in talking with the Parking Authority, they have noted, and as Councillor Wyatt noted, that a lot of these parking meter machines are very old, they're rusty, they're not, after the plows and everything go through, they go out every spring and they check and see which ones are stable and which ones need to be removed. So we're expecting probably more to be removed. I am not clear on this, so I don't really want to get into it, but I do believe there's some technology that is expiring. So I'm not sure exactly what the Parking Authority is going to be bringing forward yet related to parking meters and the paying of parking, but it sounds like there are some changes coming due to the old machines, the rusting machines, and the fact that some technology is nearing its end of life. So stay tuned, I guess, is all I know right now.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Chambers.
I guess I take a line out of former Premier Gary Filmon, who kept saying, well, I'm going to I'll support the city with more money when you get your financial house in order. And I guess I say the same about the Parking Authority. We've raised a lot of questions. They're quick to come back with looking at expanding parking or paid parking around the city outside of the downtown. But even before that happens, my question, Madam Speaker, is this, that it appears one of the things I was able to gather is that one of the things that seems to have occurred is that when the change was made, where it was once an SOA, where the CEO reported directly to the CAO, changed to report via the Director of Public Works, there seemed to be a change. And I'm not putting pointing any fingers, but the Director of Public Works is quite a busy person managing all the roads and construction and so on and everything. Is there any thought given to maybe restructuring the reporting structure to bring greater accountability in terms of the Parking Authority that maybe has been lost? Because we have a director who has got many stuff on his plate with regards to running the Department of Public Works, that maybe we need to bring it back under the CAO's office to address these issues and to start to sort them out. Because what I get a sense here is that we are kind of spinning our wheels. We're talking about the same things that we were talking about when I was on the committee. Those machines, the state of the machines, the state of the issues with regards to outstanding tickets. All this has been going on for a while now, too long. And so my thought is maybe that's something to be considered. Do you have any thoughts on that, Madam Chair?
I think in my experience with the Parking Authority lately and in my experience with parking and towing and issues, I think there's a lot of opportunity to increase revenue for the city of Winnipeg. I think we'll wait till they come forward with their plan in April, and then I encourage everyone to actually really take some time, go through the plan, and get engaged in it, because the parking authority, more and more people, more and more vehicles, more and more dead cars, parking cars, towing. It's never ending, right? It's never ending. It's actually, when I've done a lot of work on this recently, and when you really get into understanding the movement of vehicles and how they're moving, being ticketed, being towed, it's incredible. There are incredible opportunities there. Where it lands, whether it ends up under the CAO or a committee under the director, that's something I think we can talk about when their new proposal comes forward.
Thank you. Final question?
Second question. My question is regarding the, as I previously mentioned during my speech, the outstanding questions from over a year ago, about a year ago, that I had forwarded to the Parking Authority about the Millennium Parkade, the decision to sell or not to sell, and the analysis that was done. Would the chair be prepared, if I were to dig up all those questions that have gone unanswered, to be able to forward them on to her office, to consider, and then consider requesting responses to questions that still remain outstanding, which are quite a number? Thank you.
And if you could also get the clerk to send a clip of the video, because that was a very good meeting. We had a lot of good discussion in the video. So do the video and then do the questions, and we'll go down that rabbit hole.
And it's more, are you aware?
Okay, I think that's number 4, isn't it?
This is my third question.
Third one.
Third.
Okay, let's go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank you for mentioning the video clip of the meeting, of the budget meeting a year ago. And that at the time I had an executive assistant who actually had a PhD, and he watched it numerous times, and so we came to the same conclusions. And so I just want to think, are you aware? I appreciate the fact that you're interested in this matter. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lukes. Thank you. Councillor Chambers, and then Councillor Mays.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the chair a question. Previously, there was a system in place in terms of the collection of unpaid parking tickets where the potential individual would receive a letter from a company from Quebec, if I recall correctly. I'm wondering if the chair could comment on the efficacy of those collections as compared to the system that we have in place now, where a local company has been retained to assist, again, in the potential seizure of the vehicle, impounding, and potential sale of that vehicle to satisfy outstanding fees as a result of unpaid parking tickets, towing, and impounding of vehicles.
Sure. So the city did put out an RFP for a new collection agency because the term had come up. We have a new collection agency. They're a national organization. They have an office here in Winnipeg. And what's happening also, that came out of the Public Works meeting when we met with the Parking Authority, maybe we should meet with them on a more regular basis, but was the seizure aspect. So what we've seen is, from collections, we've seen, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it was an 80% increase in, what was it? 85% increase in collection when we were dealing with the seizures of vehicles. Not so much with just sending letters and ticketing with 3 tows. That's why we're trying to up it to 2 tows in the collection agency aspect, or the credit bureau aspect. But we have seen an increase, but again, I do believe that's because we put pressure on the Parking Authority to do more seizures.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mays.
2 documents that we've been waiting for some time that still are not on the March agenda for Public Works. The Transportation Master Plan, not the transit, but the Transportation Master Plan, and the report on the study of 30 and 40 kilometer speed limits across the whole city. Do we have a time estimate on both of those reports? Because my sense was at least the transportation one was coming in December.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes?
Yeah, great questions. Yes, the Transportation Master Plan did go to the province, and it was being circulated and reviewed within the province. So we are anticipating, this is what the Public Works Department told me just the other day, April is when we're expecting to see the Transportation Master Plan. So what I've asked the Public Works Department to do is to set up another, I guess we'll call it a council seminar, maybe it's a lunch and learn, but it's going to be about an hour and a half to 2 hours for everyone so that we can go through the Transportation Master Plan. Yes, it will be a meeting of council that, is I guess, in the boardroom across the street. And I'll give you the opportunity to ponder and ask questions because it's a lot of information. It's goods movement, it's the pedestrian and cycling strategy, and all of this information, by the way, is on the web. There is information out there. You could read it and call it the department any day you want. But what we've got, you'll recall we had open houses on this. People gave feedback. There will be some tweaks, but the majority of information that's on the website is the information that will be coming forward. So I've asked for a presentation on that. I've also asked for the 3040K for the residential streets. That is anticipated to come in April also. It's going to be a doozy of an April, maybe May, but I said let's do it together, just get it over with. And we'll do also a council presentation on the 3040K so that if you have any questions, you want to go through it. Okay, we'll just do it slowly.
Thank you. Councillor Mays, second question.
So, just a bit confused there. So, it's been my impression council seminars are at the discretion of the CAO or the clerks.
Maybe it's a lunch and learn. I don't know what they want to call it, but maybe it's a lunch and learn.
There are council information sessions. We've done them before. Thank you.
Council info sessions. I just really like in Public Works to share information with people. You guys have seen that. And while we're talking about it, I'll talk about April 26th. On April 26th, the Public Works Department has agreed to doing a presentation on active transportation over the next 6 years and also on road safety. So we're going to be holding it at the Convention Center, in the theater at the Convention Center. It'll be a public information session. I mean, if I'm inviting
Thank you, Councillor Lukes.
everyone to come.
Email us. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Lord, are you still in the queue?
Yes. I'll be I'll be speaking a few words in French, so for those who want to follow with the interpreter.
Time on the clock here. But,
I'm not going to take that much time.
Schreier will give extension of time for 2 minutes. For en français. All in favor?
Merci.
Contrary? Carried.
Madame la Présidente?
Oui.
Oui. OK, alors c'est une question, je reflète comme ancien président du comité permanent des travaux publics. Pourquoi, Madame la Présidente, par ton entremise à la présidente du comité des travaux publics, pourquoi est-ce qu'on n'a pas un plan maître pour le transport qui comprend aussi le plan maître pour le transit? So in English...
Coming through. Are you hearing it? All right.
Est-ce que je devrais répéter la question? Should I repeat the question? Alors, Madame la Présidente, je me demande, on dit de ne pas demander une question durant la période de questions si on n'a pas déjà la réponse. Je n'ai pas la réponse. Mais je me demande pourquoi est-ce qu'on n'a pas un plan maître pour le transport, que ce soit le transit, le transport actif et le plan maître du transport. Pourquoi pas le faire dans un document global? Moi, j'ai dans le passé pensé qu'on devrait mettre le plan maître de transit peut-être au-delà du plan maître de transport. So, in a nutshell, the question is, well, they say don't ask the question if you don't already know the answer in question period, but I really don't have the answer, and I'd like to know, is it possible, would there be a will, why do we have a standalone transit master plan, standalone active transportation strategies, and I think the more important, at least the one that we give more attention to, the transportation master plan, it seems to me transit should be should be up there. So it's, I've never quite understood why we have different streams. It seems to me transit should be right in there with the transportation master plan. So, c'est ça la question. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lord. Councillor Lukes, your response en français?
No.
Not today anyways, not today.
I'm trying to understand the question here, but, I mean, if I understand the question correctly, it's like, why don't we have one big plan? But I guess we do have one big plan, we just don't put it all in one big document. Because the transit folks and the transportation department, they've worked together with active transportation. All these departments have worked together, but they're all detailed in their own realms. So I can't answer that, I guess. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the question to answer it, so.
Okay,
Yeah, well, I didn't know the answer. I didn't know the answer.
okay. Councillor Lord,
So
time is, there's no
yeah,
time on
the follow-up is.
There's no time on the clock right now? There's no time. Okay, but you can follow up offline, certainly. Okay, moving on, Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development. There is no report today, but there is motion 5. Moved by Councillor Eady and seconded by Councillor Lukes. It is an automatic referral to the Standing Committee, and the topic is infill development and some data around that. Okay. We have no bylaws under this committee. Question period will be taken by Councillor Lukes today. Any funding you want for your ward or anything? Like, just ask the question. Okay. All right, no questions today. We'll reserve them for Councillor Bawadi when he returns. Mr. Mayor, will you move adjournment?
Absolutely.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Schreier, and Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you.